of E. Warren.
Short petrol. Good, bring the shoes down. On DLC Jackson right here, ladies and gentlemen. All four corner lights are out around the speedway. This is the second qualifying event of the evening. Field now. 2 by 2, picking up the throttle and the hot line. Rocky Moore, the ladies and
the third spot all the way from his 7th starting position. Big Steam, Mike Broder, last week's feature event winner, rounds out the 4th spot, and rounding out your top 5 is the number 42 of Lance Gambra, as the field all now goes down into turns number 1. Broder now goes to the high side in the Sprague's Auto. Richco racing number 9 as he comes off the 4th corner, going to that unpreferred high line around the Seekonk Speedway, the second groove way up top. Now he scissors him in the middle of the corner, trying to look underneath Casper as they all go down. Number 3. A little bit of breathing room. Not bad race. Racing at an early age. It also gives him a feel of what it's like they're on the track in racing competition. It also gives him the feel of what it's like to go door to door. The cars are, well, they're just miniature scaled Winston Cup cars, hence the name Mini Cups. They're usually for the ages from 10 to 16. We've had some graduates from this go on to the baby grand cars. Starting on the pole will be the number 78 of Danny Tillwell, and on the outside it's the number 7 of John Jeremiah III. The second row on the inside finds the number 22 automobile for Chad Collins. Dillon on the outside of him. The number 10 automobile for Todd Amaral. 3 rows back on the inside finds the number 20 of Stephen Hero. And on the outside, the number 19 of Tommy Ellis. Next on the inside, it's Josh Lehman in the number 11. Then it's Jason Hero in the 21, Jason LeBrecq in the 24, and the number 40 of Jonathan Haig in the field. Races down at the turn number 1. Mini Cup action here at the Seekonk Speedway. Through out on the backstretch, the number 22 of Chad Collins going way up to the outside. He moves into the second spot. Josh Lehman making contact with the number 24 automobile of Jeffrey LeBrecq. LeBrecq now gets underneath him as LeBrecq gets underneath the 19 of Tommy Ellis as they all go down into turns at number 3 and 4. If the name Ellis sounds familiar, well, that's Lenny Ellis' son. The driver of the number 31 DLC Gases Pro Stock. And that DLC Gases now here, ladies and gentlemen, at the Seekonk Speedway. And we've got two generations, a second generation driver out on the track right now, the number 19 of Tommy Ellis. But leading the way off the fourth corner is the number 7 of John Jeremiah III. He's out of Johnston, Rhode Island, leading it over the number 20 of Stephen Harrell. Harrell now hot on his tails. They all go down the back straightaway with the halfway signal coming out from your starter, Rocky Hudson. Coming to the front of her is the number 24 of Jeffrey LeBrec. He is our feature winner event winner earlier this year. As he looks underneath the 20 of Harrell, they go down the back straightaway. A good run, good forward bite for the number 24 of LeBrec as he goes into turns number 3 and 4 and takes that second spot away. With only a handful of laps to go. LeBrec now has his sights set on the number 7 of John Jeremiah. Jeremiah III going down into turn number 3 with 2-lap signal, the popsicle sticks being held high up in the air from your starter, Rocky Hudson. And there goes LeBrec to the outside of Jeremiah. It's a two-car battle at the front of the field, and your new leader going down the back straightaway as he dives down into turn number 3 is the number 24 of Jeffrey LeBrec. With the white flag coming out, 1 more lap to go. A good battle shaping up for second on back between Jeremiah, Carroll, Lima, Ellis, and the number 22 of Chad Conley. They're all dicing for positions. They're actually battling for the race to come. One car spun down to the bottom of the inside of turn number 4. The yellow flag flies 1 lap shy of the finish. And we're going to bunch the field back up, and it's going to be a dash to the end. So as it stands right now, the number 10 automobile spun down in the bottom of turn number 4. That's Todd Allen from Bristol, Rhode Island. He gets that vehicle turned around. Well, the officials over there trying to get the car righted again. Cars have on the average of 10 horsepower, ladies and gentlemen. They do use restrictor plates to slow them down. Of course, the kids, they are anywhere between the ages of 10 to 16 years old. These are some of the drivers that you're going to see out here in the next couple of years that will be driving a pro stock. Some drivers may go to a sportsman, some to a street stock. You never know. But the good part is it gives them a feel of what it's like to race. It also gives them the feel of what it feels like to have a car handling underneath them. The good part is about this is they start to understand and learn how to work on a car, how to maintain it. They get to understand what the condition is. The field is 2 by 2 as they roll through turns number 2. Jeffrey LeBrec is going to lead him back to the line with the number 7 of John Jeremiah III on the outside. Field hits the hot line in turn number 3. The green flag flies from Rocky Hudson. Coming down the front straightaway, LeBrec and the number 7 of Jeremiah drag race into turn number 1. LeBrec on the bottom. Jeremiah now files in behind as they all go down the back straightaway. Josh Lima now comes to third. He gets past the number 20 of Jason Harrell. And the white flag flies just 1/3 of a mile to go for the number 24 of Jeffrey LeBrec. The man on the move right now is the Dunkin' Donuts sponsored Tweets Restaurant, number 11, for Josh Lima. He goes down the back straightaway, going to the outside of John Jeremiah in turns number 3 and 4, but off the fourth corner, the checkered flag flies for the number 24 of Jeffrey LeBrec. A good race to the line for the second spot, and I believe Jeremiah nipped the number 11 of Josh Lima right at the line. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the qualifying event for the future stars of tomorrow. You can see tomorrow's stars today, later tonight, as they will be out for their feature event later in the evening.
Well, how come the big cousins of the baby grands? The mini cups are the baby grands. 5/8 scale race cars, and 5 cars on hand tonight. Car number 23, Joe Doucette, will drive that machine. He's out of Holliston, Massachusetts. Outside of him will be the number 74. Out of Hudson, Mass, it's Bob Melvin. Starting on the inside of the second row, that'll be the 97 of Paul Noonan out of West Bridgewater, Mass. On the poles, second row on the inside, Joe Doucette. Outside of him, the number 22 for Mike LaJoy. LaJoy out of Middleborough, Mass. And starting scratch in the number 12 is B.J. Pikarski out of Nashua, New Hampshire. 8 laps will be the distance for the Baby Grands in their heat event. This past Thursday, the Baby Grands had a ride and drive here at the Seekonk Speedway, and several people came down and tried them out. I had the opportunity to, just couldn't make it down due to my hectic schedule throughout the week. You know, they call that hectic schedule a 1-year-old. And off of turn number 4, the 97 of Paul Noonan decides he's going to take things into his own hands, and down at the turn number 1, the 23 of Joe Doucette takes the lead. Down into 3 and 4 they go. Noonan sits second. Off the corner they come. The 12 of Pikarski is third. Double wide for fourth. The 22 of LaJoy and the 74 of Bob Melvin run at the back of the pack. Doucette in the 23 leads the pack. That is the newest car of the fleet in the Baby Grands, and several people had a chance to drive that car on Thursday afternoon, and Mark Pikarski said it was a great success, and he'll have more information for me later on this evening on when they get to do it again. B.J. Pikarski in the number 12, and Noonan goes around up on the side on the roof, and a complete rollover for the 97 of Noonan. And that's about as easy of a roll as you'll ever find. The NASCAR officials are on the scene to check on him. And it looks like he'll need assistance from the track crew. So he went into turn number 3. Car went around, and the tires caught where they would not slide anymore. Went up on its side, over on its roof, and back on all 4. So that makes it a little easier to get him off the racetrack. We don't have to worry about turning him over. Plus, trying to get in and out of one of these cars on its roof is not the easiest thing. It's not like a pro stock or a street stock where you have a wide opening. On these machines, they climb through the top of the car, through the roof. So when the roof is blocked, you're stuck. So they'll tow him off. We'll get back to some racing action in just a minute. For those of you folks who've never been here at the Seekonk Speedway before, I want to give out a great big Seekonk welcome to you, and welcome you to the Seekonk Speedway. And it looks like Paul Noonan's going to continue on in that machine. If you have been here before and you're a regular or a part-timer, as we like to say, great big welcome back. Hope you enjoy yourselves tonight on BOC Gas's night. Also on tap tonight, Fans on Parade. Some folks have never seen a Fans on Parade and wondering what it was. Well, there are some fans out there that I saw when I came in the gates that you've got your banners and your signs, and you're ready to go. Well, let me tell you, after our Seekonk Sports Truck feature event, which is the 3rd feature of tonight's racing action, we will give all our fans a chance to parade around this 1/3 mile oval and show everybody your creativity. So we'll get to that a little bit right now. 4 cars left out on the racetrack. Joe Doucette in the 23, the 12 of B.J. Pikarski, the 22 of Mike LaJoy, and the 74 of Bob Melvin. Doucette looking for the jump. He gains the advantage heading off the corner. Off the 4th corner, look at B.J. Pikarski get caught on the outside. The 22 of LaJoy drops down to the bottom. He looks for the lead off it too as he went 3 wide and makes it work. B.J. Pikarski still works that outside groove. When they come off of 4, they'll see the cross flags. 4 down and 4 to go for the 22 of Mike LaJoy, who sets the pace. B.J. Pikarski still sits 3rd. Noonan rounds out the field as the 23 of Joe Doucette sits there in 2nd. Off the corner they come. 5 of 8 are complete. And Doucette still able to hold off the drivers. The Doucette in the 22. Doucette in the 23 drifts up the racetrack. The 22 of LaJoy gets sideways off the corner. He's able to hang on, but not before B.J. Pikarski works his way up into the 2nd groove. Doucette back to 3rd. Noonan pushes him up the racetrack as he tries to keep the handles on that number 74. White flag is out, final time around for the 22 of LaJoie. The 12 of B.J. Pikarski works the back bumper, takes a look to the inside off of the second corner. No room there as Doucette keeps those left side tires down along the white line. Checkered flag is out. Mike LaJoie will take down the win over B.J. Pikarski, Paul Noonan, and the 23 of Joe Doucette to round out the field. So there's your baby grands, and back to full-size racing action as the Excel Charger Street Stocks are getting ready to roll out onto the racetrack in just a second.
Tonight's racing, ladies and gentlemen, is being sponsored by BOC Gases. BOC is one of the longest and most loyal sponsors of racing here at the Seekonk Speedway, and you're looking for the best in quality gas products in the world. Visit your local BOC Gases outlet. They have over 20 locations all over the Northeast, including Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island, 200 outlets nationwide. And they are one of the proud sponsors for tonight, and they're also the proud sponsor of the number 41 Pro Stock that's driven by Lenny Ellis. However, right now, out on the track is the Excel Charger Street Stock division, and starting on the pole, it'll be the Apollo Radiator, number 14 for Chris Rio. And on the outside of row number 1, the Edgartown Coffee Shop, number 49 for Edgartown's Alex Bernard. Brian Connors will roll off next on the inside in the Tech Transport new Archie's Restaurant entry. And on the outside of him, the 58, the Falmouth Recycling Automobile for Louis Ramiza. Al Clemens, the 4th, will roll off next in the 5th spot. That's the ARC Welding and Repairs number 99 entry. And on the outside, impressive rookie, 2. The Street Stock division, the W.E. Prey Trucking, number 30 for Mike Vaness. The 7th spot on the inside comes the Baby Boomers, Paul Bailey's Ford, number 37 for Jody Cirillo. And on the outside of Cirillo, the number 06 of West Warwick, Rhode Island, Steve Malcolm. David Petty will roll off next. He's out of a Sonnet in the number 25, and on the outside of him, in the number 26, will be Robert Mohan in the TLC Cleaning Company automobile. The 11th spot on the inside, North Titans Tom Furtado, the Broadway Kitchens entry, and on the outside of him, the 116 of Pepe, Jim Sylvia, and rounding out the field, the 29 of Ray Gardner. So a new entry to the Street Stocks this week. Ray Gardner in the number 29, he will round out the field. Getting ready the next time around at the line, we're going to be going with Green Flag Racing. Field starts to bunch up as they hit the hot line. In turn number 3, they pick up the throttle. The green flag flies, and we're underway. Rio leads it down into turn number 1 in the orange number 14, but the number 49 of Alex Bernard up along the high side of Brian Connors. They're battling for the 2nd spot. The 58 of Louis Ramiza also in the mix, and Al Clemens. He rounds out your top 5. As they cross the line, they go 2 by 2 down into turn number 1. Ramiza continues to lead the way. Rio continues to lead the way. 3 wide now, diving down to turn number 3. The meat and the sandwich is the number 23 of Brian Connors. He now goes to the bottom of the speedway. The field now racing into turns number 1 and 2. Side by side goes 2nd and 3rd of Bernard and Connors. Connors on the bottom. Rounding out the top 5 is the number 99 of Al Clemens. 3 wide action right there between Steve Malcolm, Jody Cirillo, and rookie Mike Vaness, who's on the high side. Those 3 drivers sit outside the top 5. Problems with the number 58 of Louis Ramiza. He drifts way up the track, loses a lot of valuable ground, and he will find himself near the rear of the field. As the 49, the Edgartown Coffee Shop automobile of Alex Bernard, dives into the lead coming off the 2nd corner. He leads it now over Rio, Connors, Malcolm, Clemens, and Sylvia as they make their way off the 4th corner, and the number 14 will go around. Rio gets spun off the 4th corner. rolls it down into the infield, and we've got problems over in turn number 1. Al Clements, Brian Connor's involved, Jody Cirillo making contact with the 58 of Louis Romiza, and the yellow flag will fly. So it all started when Al Clemens got together with another competitor. Brian Connors was one of those drivers that was making contact over there in turns number 1 and 2. Yellow flag flies on the field. The number 14 of Rio spun into the infield off of turn number 4. Don't know what's going to happen with Rio because the caution did fly for the incident over in turn number 1 and 2. However, at that time, Rio was stopped in the infield. So don't know if the caution was thrown for the 14 or for the incident that happened over in turn number 1 and 2. So the number 14 of Alex Bernard in the Edgartown Coffee Shop, number 49, leads the way over the 06 of Steve Malcolm. In the MalcolmMotorsports.com entry, then it's Pepe, Jim Sylvia in the 116. Rookie, the impressive rookie, Ryan Vaness in the K&D Designs, Dick & Sons, W.E. Prey Trucking. Number 30 will go to the 4th spot. And next will be the number 37, the Baby Boomers, Paul Bailey's Ford, American Kitchen and Countertop, Homes and Services, number 37 for Jody Cirillo. On the outside of him will go the number 25 of David Petty. That is your top 3 rows. And Tom Furtado on the inside of the number 5 and the number 26 of Robert Mohan on the outside will make up the 4th row. So all 4 corner lights are out around the speedway. This lets the drivers know that the next time by when they hit the stripe, they're going to be racing. Alex Bernard is going to bring them back to the flag. With Steve Malcolm in the 06 alongside for the ride, the field starts to pick up the throttle as they hit the hotline in turn number 3. We're getting ready to go back to green flag action, and they do. And leading the way is the Edgartown Coffee Shop, number 49 of Alex Bernard. Pepe, Jim Sylvia, gets underneath Steve Malcolm as they come off the second corner and go down the back straightaway. Malcolm gets moved to 3rd spot. A good battle for 4th and 5th between Jody Cirillo, Tom Furtado, and the number 30 of Mike Vaness. Vaness up on the high side of Tom Furtado. Furtado takes that top 5 spot away as the field now streaks down at the turn number 3. All before now, the leaders, Alex Bernard, being chased by the 116 of Pepe, Jim Sylvia. Sylvia, a feature event winner here earlier in the season, a multi-time feature event winner here at the Seekonk Speedway. As the 2-lap signal from Eddie Moran comes out, just 2 more laps to go around the speedway, just 2/3 of a mile for Alex Bernard if he can hold off the challenges of Pepe, Jim Sylvia, as Eddie Moran starts to wave the white flag high over the start-finish line. As the field comes off the 4th corner, it's still a good battle at the front of the field. Bernard hanging tough. Furtado now goes to the inside of the 06 of Steve Malcolm. Good battle for the 3rd spot as they drag race down the back straightaway. Furtado dives down into turn number 3 and takes the 3rd spot away, but off the 4th corner, taking down the win is the Edgartown Coffee Shop, number 49 of Alex Bernard. He's chased to the line by the 116 of Jim Sylvia. Good run for the number 5 of Tom Furtado to 3rd. 4th is the 06 of Steve Malcolm, and I believe rounding out the top 5 is the WE Parade number 30 of Mike Van Ness.
Well, as one completes, another joins us on the racing surface. 13 cars will take the green flag. 10 laps will be the distance. Starting on the pole out of Fall River, Mass, the number 2 for Doug Rio. Outside of Rio, the ARC Welding and Repair, number 72. Out of Oak Bluffs, Massachusetts, it's Al Clements III. Pete Simpson rolls off third out of Warwick, Rhode Island, the Custom Drywall, number 19. Outside of him, in the Nails by Viv car number 7, it's Louis Dias. Peter McIsaac rolls off fifth on the field in the Buno's Bakery, Mad Dog Saloon, number 36. He's out of Cranston, Rhode Island. Outside of him, in the number 4, out of New Haven, Mass, the Motor Tech Machine for Russ Horsfall. Eddie Moniz out of West Warwick, Rhode Island, starts 7th in the Phoenix Fire Alarm and Communication, number 65. Outside of Moniz, out of Warwick, Rhode Island. In the J-Series race setups, number 9, it's Ryan Van Ness. Starting next on the field out of Warwick, Rhode Island, the number 8 of Jeremy Lilly. Outside. Rich Cavallero rolls off 11th out of Seekonk, Mass, and the number 6. Outside of Cavallero, out of Tiverton, Rhode Island. Eight cars will make the move up out of this heat event as we get ready to go. Chief starter Eddie Moore up on the stand. Green flag in hand as they roll into 3. Off of turn number 4, Rio and Clemens hit the stripe. Up on the throttle as they come. Green flag is out. Rio does not come up to speed. Simpson jumps down on the bottom to get by. Eddie Moniz follows through as well, as everybody piles up behind. Problems now, more problems for Rio as Peter McIsaac gets involved, and Jeremy Lilly pirouetting off of turn number 2. He keeps that machine rolling, and off of turn number 4, Pete Simpson leads the pack with Eddie Moniz second. Third is the 7 of Dias. Off the second corner they come. Single file, the top 3 cars. Battle for 4th is Ryan Van Ness on the bottom, the black and pink number 9. Coming off his second win as a rookie last Saturday night, the 72 of Clements gets up high. Loses a few more spots. Now comes the 21 of Betancourt. He gets by. Down low, the 12 of Langley's following through as well. Up front, the heat is hot as Simpson sets the pace. The 65 of Eddie Moniz is right there behind. Took a look to the inside off of 2. Off of 4, had to settle in back behind as Louis Dias works that third groove. Off the corner again, Dias throws that guard hard down the back straightaway. Moniz gets underneath the 19 of Simpson. A little bit of contact is made. Moniz has to back off the throttle, and Dias gets some momentum on the outside. Down into 1 and 2 they go. Dias up high, the blue and red number 7, trying to get some momentum as they go into 3 and 4. 5 down and 5 to go this time by the 19 of Pete Simpson. Still holds on to the lead. Battle for second and third and fourth now. As the 9 of Van Ness is right there. Bobby Betancourt slides up the racetrack in 1. Down the back straightaway, Dias climbing that ladder in the second groove as he gets to the outside of Pete Simpson off of turn number 4. Simpson continues to hold on to that top spot. Dias on the outside, loses a bit of momentum on the front straightaway. The 65 of Eddie Moniz gets underneath as Dias starts to slide around the racetrack. Off of turn number 4 they come to complete lap number 7. It's Simpson, Moniz, Dias, Van Ness, and now Mark Langlois in the number 12 has put his car into the fight. He works the back bumper of the number 9 of Ryan Van Ness. Into 3 and 4 they go. And Dias cannot hold on to Moniz off of 4. Moniz holds on to second. Dias back to third by a half a length with the twin sticks in the air. There are 2 more times around. For Pete Simpson, who started third, got a jump when Rio did not come up to speed. White flag out 1 more time around. Simpson rolls off the corner. Moniz takes a look down underneath. Here comes Dias back on the outside, looking for some racing room. Now Langlois tries the outside of Van Ness off the 2. Has 5 cars under a blanket. Simpson and Moniz, a little bit of contact in the corner. Simpson drifts up the racetrack. Moniz takes a look down at the bottom, but can't get it done as Pete Simpson takes down the lid. Eddie Moniz in for second. Louis Dias, Ryan Finesse third. Fourth will be the 12 of Mark Langlois. Fifth will be the 12 of Mark Langlois with the 24 of Bobby Rose. The 6 of Rich Cavallaro, the 21 of Bobby Betancourt, rounding out the 8 drivers making the move up into the main event. So the street stocks are qualified. Outroll the Seekonk sports trucks.
Coming down the front straightaway come the Seekonk Sports Truck Division, and starting on the pole out of Tiverton, Rhode Island, it's the Long Wharf Seafood, number 94 for Don Carrero, on the outside of row number 1. Out of Taunton, Massachusetts, it's the number 84 of Bernie McDermott. The third spot on the inside is Bridgewater, Massachusetts, RMB Trucking, number 95 of Dick Benoit. Jay Macedonia will roll up next, the number 14, that's the Columbus Oil Company entry. And a rookie driver, a feature winner earlier this year, the Old Country Store, number 11 for Tyler Arono. On the outside of him, driving the number 5 automobile in the 6th spot will be Westport, Massachusetts, number 5 of Richard Turpin, the Dunkin' Donuts entry. And Kevin Casper will roll up next, the number 28, the Shady Tree Auto Sales entry. Outside of him will be the number 27 of New Bedford, Massachusetts, Mike Brightman, the King's Inn Special. And up next in the 9th position will be Billy Flint of Vienna Homes Construction, number 13. And on the outside of Flint is the number 87, Ziggy's Auto Specialties, the sponsor on Tracy Ouellette's truck. The 11th position on the inside will go to number 24 of Ray Soulier, opening night feature event winner. And rounding out the field, the Rick's Truck and Tire Service, number 43 for North Dighton's Alan Leach. 12 cars to take the green. Don Carrero and Bernie McDermott are going to bring the field down. VOC Gases of Seekonk, Consumers Auto Supply, and Sanford & Sons, number 94 for Don Carrero, is on the pole. Taunton, Massachusetts, 84, Bernie McDermott outside. Road number 1, they hit the stripe in turn number 3. The green flag flies. Carrero leads it just by a little bit as they cross the line, and they now go down to turn number 1. 2 by 2, Carrero on the bottom, McDermott on the top. McDermott raced up at the front of the field all feature long. Last week, he came very close, showed a very strong showing. In the main event, one car parked in the infield on the inside, that's the number 24, Ray Soulier. Jay Macedonia going to the outside. He moves to the 2nd spot in the Candigan Excavating, number 14. A good battle though from 3rd on back between Richard Turpinning, the number 94 of Don Carrero, then Benoit is in there along with the number 27 of Brightman. Wide, ladies and gentlemen, going down at the turn number 3. Benoit dives down into the corner, and the number 5 of Richard Turpinning gets turned around just a little bit. He gets that car straight again as everyone goes down at the turn number 1 with the door handle banging. As Kevin Casper capitalizes on Benoit and Turpining's misfortune, he goes to the outside to take the spot away from them. A good 2-car battle there at the front of the field. The number 14 of Jay Macedonia took the lead away from the 84 of Bernie McDermott just a lap ago. The halfway signal comes out here at the Seekonk Speedway that finds Macedonia out in front. Then it's the 84 of McDermott, Brightman, Benoit, Casper, the number 13 of Billy Flint, and right behind him, the 43 of Alan Leach. Fourth spot on back. Dyson for positions, the number 95 of Dick Benoit leading that pack of cars with the number 28 of Kevin Casper up on the outside. He's a feature winner here earlier this year, and they're all going to turns number 3 and 4. And there's a great battle for your top 5 between Billy Flint and Kevin Casper. They round out your top 5. And Flint takes that 5th spot away with the 2-lap signal coming out. Just 2 more laps to go. And as the laps start to tick away, the number 14 of Jay Macedonia starts to increase his lead over the pack, little by little. But there's a good battle going for that runner-up spot between Bernie McDermott and the number 27 of Brightman. And Brightman takes the runner-up spot away as they come off the 4th corner for the final time. Just 1 more lap to go. So Brightman moves to the 2nd position past Bernie McDermott. The Benoit is fourth. Rounding out the top five is Billy Flint as they come off the fourth corner. The 14 of Jay Macedonia will take down the heat race win, followed by Brightman, McDermott, Benoit, Flint, and we've got one car spinning up over the wall. After the checkered flag, the 43 of Alan Leach goes around. Luckily, the race was over. The checkered flag flew, and Leach was able to finish in his spot. Just kissed the wall at the back of the truck over in turn number one. Didn't seem to do any major damage. And we've got the next truck heat race event rolling out onto the speedway.
Round number 2 for the Seekonk Sports trucks. 13 trucks will take the green flag for this 10-lap heat event. Joshua Wheeler will bring them down in the VD Incorporated Mercedes-Benz number 99. He's out of North Dayton, Massachusetts. Outside of him, out of Charleston, Rhode Island, the Robert Chevrolet and Isuzu number 55 for Steve Taylor. Mike Butts will roll off third on the inside of the second row. Out of North Dartmouth, Mass in the 63. Outside of him, out of Bridgewater, Mass, the number 8 for Robert Anaki. 3 rows back on the inside, out of Warren, Rhode Island, the number 92, the Columbus Auto Sales Machine for Nick Macedonio. Outside of Macedonio, out of Westport, Mass, the Hydro Stop Roofing number 18 for Johnny Tripp. Stanley Sherman rolls off 7th on the field, fresh off his first win of the 2000 season in the Reynolds Auto Wrecking number 20. He's out of Lakeville, Mass. Outside of him, out of Westport, Mass, the Blathwood Landscape and Design number 26 for Mark DeJesus. George Rigo rolls off 9th out of Dartmouth, Mass. The Raceway Auto and Truck Repair number 64. Outside of him, out of Seekonk, Mass, the WWF number 4 for Robin Sloan. Brian Clark out of Seekonk, Mass. The Arcan Spring number 21 rolls off 11th. Outside of him is Dear Old Dad. The Berkeley Used Auto Parts number 1 is Billy Clark, and the Bath Fitters number 9 of Scott Banville roll out the field as we get ready to go green off of turn number 4. Joshua Wheeler, Steve Taylor jump on the throttles, and we're underway. Double wide down into turn number 1. Wheeler sets the pace. He drifts up high. Butts takes a look down to the inside as Taylor gets caught up in the third groove. 3 wide for the lead down into 3. Butts lets off the throttle, lets the 99 catch, and as they come off of 4, the 99 again of Joshua Wheeler drifts up the racetrack, and Mike Butts sets the pace off of turn number 2. The 92 of Nick Macedonio works his way up in a second as the inside lane starts to slide forward. Behind him, the 20 of Stanley Sherman as Butts drifts up the racetrack, and Macedonio gets by. Sherman follows through down on the inside. Here comes George Rigo, that red and blue number 64 on the inside, looking for that third racing position. Double wide, it's a 3 and 4. Rigo takes that away. Butts sliding back. Brian Clark up to 4th. Here comes Billy Clark, our current points leader in the number 1 as he works down on the inside. Takes that spot away. He sits 5th on the field as the field rolls down into 3 and 4. 3 down, 5 to go this time by Nick Macedonio. Sets the pace, trying to make it an all-brother heat winner. Set. Stanley Sherman looking to take that away from him, though, as he takes a look to the inside, heading into 2 and into 4. Takes another look to the inside, but Macedonio running that truck low enough to keep him at bay. 5 down are complete as they roll down into 1. Macedonio and Sherman still running nose to tail for the lead. Off the second corner, Sherman tries to catch up, gets into the corner, gives them a little bit of a nudge going into the corner. Off before they come. There are 6 complete this time by. And Stanley Sherman now gets a good run underneath Macedonio. Macedonio through the middle of the corner, just a little bit strong, able to hold him off and gather it in right in front as they roll down into 3. Off of 4 they come. 7 down, 3 to go this time for Nick Macedonio in the blue 92. Off the second corner, Sherman still cannot get a run on the inside as they go down the back straightaway. He's got to settle in behind. Into 3 and out of 4 they come. Macedonio drifts up high. Sherman tries to the inside again, but Macedonio was able to shut the door with 2 laps to go. Down off of turn number 2 they come. Nick Macedonio, the blue 92, sets the pace into 3. Sherman closing in, takes a look down to the bottom again. This time he's got some racing room. Contact, and Sherman has got to back off the throttle for just a hair. The 92 of Macedonio leads him into 1 and 2 for the final time, and down the back straightaway. Checkered flag is in the air as they hit turn 3. Sherman down to the bottom looking for the lead. Off before they come. Contact is made, but Nick Macedonio holds him off. Stanley Sherman in for second. George Rigo is third. Brian Clark fourth, with Billy Clark rounding on the top 5. Robin Sloan is 6th. Johnny Tripp 7th. The 26 of DeJesus 8th, Mike Butts 9th, and the 8 of Inaki round out the top 10. So there you have your top 10 for round number 2 for the Seekonk Sports Trucks.
So rolling out onto the track right now is the Exide Short Track Sportsman Division, and starting on the pole, Massachusetts, he is in the Ed Hallrack Auto Sales number 56, a feature event winner here earlier this season, Winwood Cowan. And on the outside of him is the VTBM Delivery number 88 out of Coventry, Rhode Island. They call him the Sign Man. It's Kenny Bamford. Peter Fernandez will roll up next. He drives the G-Lopes Construction number 26 out of Taunton, Massachusetts. On the outside in the 4th spot, Westport, Massachusetts, NAC Security Systems number 70 for Glenn Lawton. On the outside of Glenn Lawton, on the inside of Glenn Lawton, Greenrow's back. Out of Mansfield, Massachusetts, the Viking Sheet Metal Kids Corner Child Daycare number 99 for Glenn Farwell Young. On the outside of him, the number 32 feature event winner here 2 weeks ago, the Fremont Tire sponsored entry for Bill Goodrow. The 7th position on the inside, the B&R Cycling number 02 from Leroy Hudson. James Lawrence will roll up next. He was last week's feature event winner. In the Sportsman Division, he drives the number 81, starting 9th. On the inside, will be Terry Dingus-Barry Jr. in the number 71 Custom Auto Body entry. The 10th spot, rounding out the top 10, was Sean Woodward in the Butch Merritt Welding number 28, and rounding out the field is the number 17 for Kevin Fuller. So Kevin Fuller with a new look in the past couple of weeks, usually running the street stock division, now graduating up to the Sportsman's in a beautifully prepared Pontiac Grand Prix, a white number 17, the Southeastern Hardwood Floors automobile. And it is a welcome sight to see some of the competitors stepping up a class and bringing new competition to the Sportsman Division. Winwood Cowan in the Ed Hallrack Auto Sales number 56 is going to lead him down the Sign Man. Ken Bamford on the outside of row number 1, the Service Auto Body number 88. They pick up the throttle in turn number 3, the green flag flies right away. It starts to bunch up as they come off of turn number 2. A little bit of contact between Fernandez, the 88 of Kenny Bamford, and the 70 of Glenn Lawton. As he goes to the outside, Kenny Bamford put down for the 2nd spot. Their leader is Winwood Cowan as he makes his way off the 4th corner. Between Kenny Bamford, the 26 of Pete Fernandez, and the number 32 of Goodrow, who rounds out the top 5. But sitting just outside the top 5, within striking distance, is the Viking Sheet Metal Kids Corner Child Daycare. Race car body sponsored Grand Prix, Powerball 1. 2 by 2, represent their own back. The Sound Man, Kenny Bamford in the Service Auto Body, number 88. Still holds. Security Systems, number 70 of Glenn Lawton. Glenn Lawton, also sponsored by DLC Gas, is one of the sponsors here tonight, ladies and gentlemen, of tonight's events, as he is now up on the high side in 2nd place. In those 2 rounds, between Pete Fernandez and the G-Lopes Construction number 26 and the number 32 of Goodrow, as the halfway signal comes out, Winwood Cowan is away from the rest of the field. He's opening up his lead as everyone from second on back is just battling for position. There is setting to Glenn Lawton on a breakaway. Drives down into the bottom of turns number 3 and 4. Pino moves to the 2nd spot. 88 Fantasia sponsor number 88 of Kenny Bamford. Shuffling Bamford 1 spot back, and here comes Billy Goodrow to the outside of Bamford, putting some pressure on him for the top 4 positions. 26, inside the top 5 in that coveted 5th position. And there goes the number 32 of Billy Goodrow to the outside of Kenny Bamford to take over the 3rd position as the field all streaks off turn number 4. Winwood Cowan really starts to make a mockery of the field as he leads it by half a straightaway down the back chute, and the 2 laps signal on the track with Glenn Lawton on the inside of the number 32 of Billy Goodwill on the outside as the white flag flies. One more time around the speedway. The final time is number 56. Again, battle apparatus here is number 56 of Linwood Cowan. Big battle on the right there is the 32 of Bill Goodwill. Goes to that second group to the outside of Glenn Lawton, the number 70. He takes the second spot away. As they go out the front, take it down the road. There's the number 56 of Linwood Cowan. He's chasing the line. Over number 32, the Fremont Tire sponsored automobile with Billy Goodwill. Then it's the DLC Gases, number 70 of Glenn Lawton. The number 88 of Kenny Banford. Fourth, and rounding out your top five, I believe he just hit them at the line, was the number 99 of Glenn Fireball Young. So that was Sportsman Heat Race number 1. The second of 2 sportsman qualifiers is out on the track, and Kevin's got the call.
Olympic cars will take the green flag for the second Sportsman Heat event, starting on the pole. The Instant Plumbing, number 44, out of Pawtucket, Rhode Island. It's Rod Doobie. Outside of Doobie in the Ballards in Block Island, number 13, out of Block Island, Rhode Island. It's Robbie Murphy. 2 rows back on the inside out of Asona, Mass, the Freetown Sand and Gravel, number 57. It's Dean Petty. Outside of Petty out of Fall River, Mass, the T. Cabral Electric. Excuse me, number 6, it's Ed Gannon the third. Ron Reed rolls off 5th on the grid in the W.E. Freight Trucking, number 89. He's out of Rehoboth, Massachusetts. Outside of him in the R&F Transport, number 2, it's Dave Titus. Kenny Spencer rolls off 7th in the R&F Transport, number 3. He's out of Taunton, Massachusetts. Outside of him in the Douglas A. King Builders, number 10, it's Scott Dion. South Attleboro, Mass's George Simpson rolls off 9th on the field. Outside of him, after a 1-week sabbatical, the Club Fantasies car number 9, it's Paul Van Ness. And starting scratch in the Jeff's Removal and Recycling number 4, it's Steve Randall out of Pembroke, Mass. Murphy has elected to start at the rear of the field, and that'll move everybody up 1. That'll put Dean Petty on the outside of front row. Out in row number 2, it'll be Ed Gannon the third, Ron Reed. Row number 3, Dave Titus and Kenny Spencer with Scott Dion, George Simpson. Row number 4, the 9 of Paul Van Ness, the 4 of Steve Randall. Row number 4, and Robbie Murphy will round out at the rear of the field. French green flag is given to the group, and next time by, we should go green. Rob will be a little anxious there as he gets a little bit of a jump, and that's going to make the fields catch up to him. The pole sitter sets the pace, and as they roll down the back straight, the field gathers up behind Doobie. Into 3 and out of 4. Look for the green flag as Eddie Morin looks him over. Doobie way down on the left side. He hits the stripe and doesn't look like he's ready. Everybody jumps on the gas. Doobie drops down. As they hit the stripe, the field rolls down the back straightaway, and Dean Petty sets the pace. The 89 of Green is second. Third is the 3 of Spencer. The field out very quickly, and it looks like Doobie's got a problem at his 44. He'll lift that back to the carry. Petty leads the field off of 2. Reed about 4 lengths back. The 3 of Spencer, 4 lengths behind him, and 3 lengths back to the 6 of Kenny Spencer. Gannon the third. Gannon tries to hold on as he has Dave Titus working that back. Takes a look to the inside off the second corner, looking for some running room. Before they come to click off lap number 4. And the barrel right now is Dave Titus down on the bottom of lap number 2. The blue and green 6 of Ed Gannon the third runs the outside. He settles back to 5th now as the 8 of George Simpson tries to close in there. They come. And a lot of action at the rear of the field with Scott Dion in the 9. In the 10, the 9 of Paul Van Ness, the 4 of Jeff. So Steve Randall and the 13 of Rob Murphy all do battle. Murphy's running up to the 1 spot. And does the 9 of Paul Van Ness as he works his way up into the 7th position. Off the corner they come. 7 in the books this time by the 57 Dean Petty. A very comfortable advantage there. Green has not been able to close in the gap, but since everybody qualifies, you kind of use this as a heat event, if you will, a practice session, if you will, and outstanding gravel number 57. With 3 laps to go this time, it's Petty, Reed, and Spencer. 1, 2, and 3, about a half straightaway back to Dave Titus in the news. Twin sticks up in the air when they come back around. There'll be 2 more laps to go for the 57 of Dean Petty, setting a very comfortable pace. 89 of speed, not mounting a challenge, but very comfortably in that runner-up position. Down the back straightaway they go. And George Simpson in the 8th has brought the 6th. Van Gant on the 3rd, down the back straightaway with 1 lap to go. But I don't wonder if there's going to be any battle there for the final lap. Petty leads it off the back straightaway. It is a 3 checker flag in the air. Petty rolls off of turn number 4, and he will pick up the winner the second heat event. Second will be Ron Reed in the 89, with the 3 of Kenny Smith the 3rd, the 2 of Dave Titus the 6th. Van Gant on the 3rd, rounds out the top 5 with the 8 of George Simpson, the 9 of Paul Vanessa, just edging out the 13 of Robbie Murphy, the 10 of Scott Dion, and the 4 of Steve Randall rolling out the field at the finish. So round number 2 is done for the Exide Battery Late Model Sportsman Division. Coming up next will be the NASCAR Weekly Racing Series Pro Stocks in the first of 2 heat events. Then we'll go into our feature portion of the program. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, the Fans on Parade is being done right after the Seekonk Sports Truck feature event. So after the Pro Stocks, we begin our features with the Mini Cups. We'll have the Baby Grands, and everybody be ready after the Seekonk Sports Truck feature event. Just come on down and line up here on the main straightaway and get ready to showcase your talents in front of the fans here on BOC Gases night. And speaking of BOC Gases, out come the Pro Stocks, and the man leading the charge, Lenny Ellis.
Lenny Ellis, one runner-up in this heat race event in the 8th position on the outside. '27 automobile, the Hayden Speed and Custom, sponsored number 27 for Dan Gamache, and on the outside of him, and there are demonstrations available at any of the BOC gas locations. Plus, they have material displays. And they've been in business, ladies and gentlemen, since the 1900s. The company invented the MIG welding for the aircraft industry. So, of course, as you know, in stock car racing or any other kind of racing, welding is a vital key to put together a race car. And BOC Gases has got everything and anything you would need for all of your welding and fabricational needs. bottom of turn number 3. Rolling out onto the track right now. In the second of 2 pro-stock qualifying events.
15 laps will be the distance for the NASCAR Weekly Racing Series Pro Stocks, and starting on the pole. Out of Raina, Massachusetts, the Everton Parts, number 28, for Todd Henshaw. Outside of Henshaw, out of Westport, Mass. The Subway, Seekonk number 2, it's Tom Scully. 2 on the back on the inside, the JFB Incorporated number 44. It's Jimmy Rosenfield, outside of Rosenfield, from the Red Tunnel ranking number 12, out of Cranston, Rhode Island, it's Bobby Fallon Jr. Starting fifth on the field, in the Levesque Street Service number 11, out of Swansea, Massachusetts, it's Vinny Inarugo, and outside of him, in the Gary Sager building, number 02, it's Matt Dewey. Somerset, Mass's Chad Chase drives the Arvell Insurance, number 46, who will run 7th on the field. Outside of him, out of Westport, Mass, 4-time and defending track champion out of Westport, Mass, the New England Recycling, number 24, for Idaho, Rick Martin. Dick Hiller rolls off 9th out of Berkeley, Massachusetts, in the ProNyne machine, car number 1, outside of him on Seekonk, Mass, number 87. heat number 2. Well, that's the end of our qualifying action. Up next, our first of 7 feature events, and that'll be the mini-cross rolling out onto the racetrack next. Before we begin, once again, I want to remind you the Seekonk Sentinel is on sale here on the main straightaway, just at the base of the tower. If you don't have a chance, catch one of the gals walking around the speedway with their copies of the Seekonk Sentinel to sell to you. Read all about the racing action from last week. Be sure to check out the rosters of all the drivers that compete here each and every Saturday night. And of course, check out R.A. Silva's nostalgia page at the rear of the book. We told you about some prizes to be given away later on this evening. And like we have each and every week, AMDdesign.com, quality Fruitland, race car jewelry, rent a rust back, and Pepsi Cola all have. Just as we begin the BOC Gases Fans on Parade, which will be right after our Seekonk Sports Truck feature event, which will be right after the Baby Grand feature event, which is right after this one.
The first of 7 feature events is on the track right now and starting on the pole. He drives the number 21 automobile. That'll be Jason Horner out of Johnston, Rhode Island. On the outside of row number 1 and the number 30, that'll be Jonathan Hay. The third spot will be the number 22 of Chad Conner. Fourth is the number 20 of Stephen Harrell. Fifth spot, the number 11 of Josh Lynn out of Cranston, Rhode Island. Then it's the number 7 of John Jeremiah the third. John Jeremiah the third, then the 19 of Tommy Ellis, the 10 of Tommy Ellis, the 78 of Danny Tino, and rounding out the field, the number 24 of Jeffrey LeBlanc. One of the big flag up there is these youngsters go down to turn number 1 and 2, right indoors as they go down the back straightaway, the number 21 of Jason Harrell leads the way in the Dodge at the number 21. 21 now on the first straightaway. Outside is the number 40 of Jonathan Hill. Hay now gets shuffled to the third spot and running out his top 5 is the number 6 of George Hill now on the breakaway leads it down at the turn number 3 for Josh Lena. David Tweets restaurant on the first spot to the right of the second spot. There's the number 22 of Chad Conner. Then it's the third. Jonathan Hill and 24 of Jeffrey LeBlanc who came all the way to the back of the field. He won the heat race earlier in the evening. He's showing how it goes. And we've got 3 wide action going down to turn number 1. Taking advantage of the 3 wide action is the number 24 of Jeffrey LeBlanc. He leads it down the vertical sideways. Tommy Ellis spins the car around and turns the number 3 and 4 applies on the field. The J&R precast, number 19, and Tommy Ellis sprung at the bottom of turns of number 3 and 4. So remember, ladies and gentlemen, in a couple of weeks, on August 19th, we're going to have twin 30-lap pro-stop feature events, and they will also have twin 30-lap pro-stop races on September 2nd, plus a 50-lap pro-stop feature on September 9th. And Labor Day is just around the corner, ladies and gentlemen, well over a month away. We're going to have a big Labor Day extravaganza featuring figure 8s, demo derbies, fireworks, etc. Here at the Seekonk Speedway. Get your tickets now for the biggest demo derby ever. Tickets will be available at the track office Tuesday through Friday from 9 to 5. So, if the Labor Day celebration is anything like the 4th of July here at the Seekonk Speedway, it's going to be really exciting. It's going to be a packed house with a cast of thousands, a lot of attractions, the figure 8s, drawing one of the biggest crowds, plus the demo derbies, and of course fireworks, ladies and gentlemen. Fireworks on Labor Day weekend, September 3rd. Following that, September 16th is going to be the Pro Stock 100 Green Flag Laps, open with Formula 4s and sport trucks. That's going to take place on September 16th. 100 laps to be the distance for the NASCAR Weekly Racing Series Pro Stocks. And September 23rd is the 100 Green Flag Lap Sportsman Open, plus the 50-lap Street Stock Open and Formula 4s. So, an open competition sportsman race that's going to be held here on September 23rd. We're expecting drivers from Waterford Speedway, Lee Speedway, Star, all the tracks around the areas, Thompson, and of course our regulars here at the Seekonk Speedway. And we're going to wrap it up all at the end of the year, which leads up to the D. Anthony Venditti Memorial Show on October 7th and 8th. We're going to have a whole lot of divisions here, a cast of thousands and hundreds of race cars, along with the Pro 4s and the NEMA Midgets. And that is what the season is all about when we kick it off. We end the season, on October 7th and 8th, the season of competition, with the D. Anthony Venditti Memorial. It's always a very popular attraction at the end of the year for the Seekonk Speedway. But right now, out on the track is the the mini cups. The baby grands. They're the big older cousins of the mini cups. These drivers are anywhere from 10 to 16 years old. They use Honda generator engines. They have an average of about 10 horsepower. The cars weigh an average of about 450 pounds. And leading the way in the division tonight in this feature event, they call him Josh Hill, Josh Lehman. He's a big fan of Vinny Anarumo. The car is in replica of Anarumo's black number 11 Pro Stock. 2 by 2. The field comes off the fourth corner. The road outside. Number 21 of Josh Lehman. Jeffrey McGregor now goes to the bottom of the road down at the turn number 3 and 4. McGregor gets the spot. They make their way off the fourth corner. He comes in really fast in this feature event so far. So Jeffrey McGregor looking through this field like a hot knife through butter. He moves to the second spot, chasing down the number 11 of Josh Lehman. Top 5 cars. Number 3 and 4, bumper to bumper. Jeffrey LeBrec now to the back of Josh Lima as he comes off the first corner, and Lima with a problem right on the field. Losing power with number 11, a tough break for the Tweets Restaurant. Dunkin' Donuts sponsor number 11 of Josh Lima. He falls down the wayside and will retire from this feature event with mechanical trouble. The yellow flag flies out on the field, cannot get the car into the infield. We're going to slow the field down just as the number 24, Jeffrey LeBrec, took the lead. Josh Lima lost power in the Dunkin' Donuts sponsored number 11. And the track crew comes out onto the track to go retrieve the number 11 of Josh Lima. A tough break for that young driver. A graduate of the quarter midget ranks from the Little T Speedway at Thompson Speedway, moving up to mini cups. And unfortunately, the blue flap gets picked up by the driver, the number 11, Josh Lima. He climbs out of the seat, a little dejected. Very dejected, as you see him put his hands up in the air. And we're getting ready to go back to Green Flag Racing. That car, Jeffrey McGrath, coming all the way from dead last on the field. I got it, Rocky! Off the fourth corner, the green flag flies. Jeffrey McGrath picks up the ball, and number 20 of Jonathan Hayes moves into the second spot. The number 22 is Chad Conley. He sits third. A good battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th out on the speedway. Tommy Ellis is underneath the number 21 of Jason Moreau. Ellis goes past the 21 of Moreau, moving to the third position. Moreau runs out the top 5. Stephen Moreau 6'6", and they all go down at the turn number 3. But out in front with the commanding lead of this event is the number 24 of Jeffrey McGrath. Over number 40 of Jonah Hill. It's Chad Conley, Tommy Ellis, number 24, Jeffrey McGrath, makes his way off the fourth corner, taking down the picture of that line. Here's the driver, number 24, Jeffrey McGrath. He leads over number 40 of John Hill, back to 22 of Jack Cowan, the 19 of Tommy Ellis, and rounding out the top 5 for the mini cup feature event is the number 20 of Stephen Morrell. So here you have it, ladies and gentlemen. This is tomorrow's stars today. The mini cup drivers, some of the youngsters out there with ages ranging from 10 to 16 years old, showing how they're just starting to get their first experience in auto racing, starting to feel what it's like to have a car handle underneath them and see what it's like to drive a race car here at the Seekonk Speedway. And your winner, making his victory lap around the speedway, is the GTC Sports number 24, Jeffrey McGrath. Checker flag back to the start finish line. Your feature winner tonight for tonight's mini cup action is the number 24, Jeffrey LeBrecq. He's going to pull up into victory lane. Up in turn number 4, trophy presentations being done by the fine folks at BOC Gases. BOC Gases is on hand here tonight, ladies and gentlemen, with over 200 outlets nationwide, 20 locations all over the Northeast, including Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island. They've been in business since the 1900s, ladies and gentlemen. They're a company that invented the MIG welder for the aircraft industry, and of course MIG welding found its way into the auto racing industry as well, welding up all the roll cages and any kind of fabrication that needs to be done for auto racing. They have a big summer sale going. They have their summer sale brochure that is down at the BOC Gases booth. You can pick up a catalog and see some of the Lincoln and Miller welders. Of course, they have all the major brands, DeWalt, Harris, that's all on hand. Anything you need for racing or for any kind of fabrication, they are Lincoln Electric. And Lincoln Welders are officially licensed by NASCAR as one of the major welders for NASCAR. And they are the proud sponsor for the number 41 BOC Gases automobile from Lenny Ellis. Also, we'll be giving away tonight two cutting sets are going for the fans, 2 cutting sets are going for the kids. This is the 290 Metalist cutting kit. That will be given away to 2 fans in the grandstand and then 2 crews into the pit area at the drawing of tonight's lucky numbers. And you can find those lucky numbers in the Seekonk Sentinel. That is the official program of the Seekonk Speedway. The baby grands are now out on the track. Michael Joe leads the field out over in third. The number 23. Joe Doucette, and that's the number 97 for Paul Mooney. 15 laps to be the distance for the baby grand stock cars, and Mark LaJoy leads the way. The name LaJoy sounds familiar. He's the cousin of Busch Grand National driver Randy LaJoy. He's also a graduate and is a former Northeastern Midget Association Rookie of the Year. He now runs in the second spot as the field goes down the back straight.
couple of weeks creating, crafting, and painting, and coloring. And those of you who have your displays on with you today, why don't we head down on the front straightaway next to the start finish line, because the Seekonk Sports Start feature will be rolling out next. And after that, we'll have our fans on parade.
Then after the fans on parade, a little bit of advertising for this tonight.
Will be the distance for these guys, starting on the pole, at guys and gal, I should say. On the pole, on front and mass, the wife has a great job, number 84 for Barry McDermott. Outside of McDermott, in the DJR Trucking, RMD Trucking, number 95, it's Dick Benoit. 2 rows back on the inside, on board and left, the Broadway Airports. Columbus Oil, number 14 for Jay Macedonio. Outside in, a little brother on board. The Firestone Swansea, Caregiving Excavating, number 92 for Dick Macedonio. 3 rows back on the inside, on the Westport Mass. Behind those guys, we can see Seekonk Range 40, number 18 for Johnny Tripp. Outside of Tripp out of Westport, Mass, the Dunkin' Donuts, Sanford & Sons Auto Parts, number 5 for Richard Turpening. Somerset, Mass brings us this next driver in the St. Anne's Credit Union. Number 28. Behind quarterback machine, it's Kevin Casper. Outside of Casper out of Westport, Mass, the Westport Excavating Flatwood came in design number 26. For Mark Rockdor, Virginia. Drive back on the inside, driving the Nathan. Right in the motor car number 27. Out of Bedford, Mass, Mike Blackman. Outside of Blackman, the Raceway with Buster here at Seawood. Out of Dallas, Massachusetts, it's George Rio. 2 times defending champ for Buffalo. The Congress is from the 13th of the Holmes constructed. Front season, we got on the private machine. Outside of him in the river. It's Robin Slow. Father and son make up row number 7 on the inside out of Seekonk, Mass. The Brook Williams Auto Parts, Seekonk Auto Body number 21, it's Brian Clark. And outside of North Dane, Mass brings us the RPM Performance. Rick's Truck and Tire Service number 43. Behind the little back machine, it's Alvin Lynch. Outside of Regional Lakeville, Mass, it Roses Garage. Reynolds Auto Wrecking number 20. It's Stanley Sherman the second. Todd Edward rolls off 17th on the field from the Old Country Store. Brad Hill says number 11. He's out of Swansea, Mass. Outside of him, the North of Mass, number 63 for Mike Frost. The Chuck Sparrow, Union City's out of special team of Ryan's number 87. Outside of him, out of Bridgewater, Mass, number 84, Renaki. The Consumers Auto
42nd Annual Racers Tour Drive, presented by G-Lopes Construction, by Loris Insurance, Furnace and Buck Company, Mega Transportation, and the Winds. They have raised thousands of dollars. In prizes, everyone can any donations also for the elderly, as far as coats, sweatshirts, afghans, blankets, clothes, anything that is needed for the elderly. This tour drive is also to benefit underprivileged children in, around, and southeastern Massachusetts. Any or have toy. Seekonk Speedway, 42nd Annual Racers Day Toy Drive. Last year we had over 800 toys that were here donated. 800 toys, and that was not including stocking stuffers, so the numbers reached well up into the thousands. And so far, we've raised thousands of dollars in prizes for the second annual Racers Day Tour Drive. That will be held here in just a few short weeks, presented by G-Lopes Construction, by Loris Insurance, Furnace and Buck Company, Mega Transportation, and of course, that is the sports trucks out on the field right now. Number 84, Buddy McDonald leads the way with both of them on the outside. These are the two drivers. Kevin Boyer will bring them back to the line.
And this is the first time. We'll do it one more time as we get ready to roll. Off of turn number 4, lap complete, 19 laps remain. Bernie McDermott, the 95 of Dick Lloyd to bring him down off of turn number 4, past the green flag. And that's 14 to
Seekonk Speedway. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, is BLC Gases night here at the Seekonk Speedway. BLC Gases is one of the longest and most loyal sponsors of racing here at the Seekonk Speedway. And when you're looking for the best and quality gas products in the world, visit your local BLC outlet. They have over 200 outlets nationwide, 20 locations all over the Northeast, Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island. They have a 1-800 number you can call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to make any orders for welding and gas needs. And of course, they take their also have online tech support. They also have demonstrations available at your local DOC outlet. And they have all the materials you need for welding and fabrication that are on display. They've been in business, ladies and gentlemen, for 100 years. I should say almost 100 years. They've been in business for a century. They started in the 1900s. And they were the company that invented the MIG welding process. The MIG welding process was originally for the aircraft industry during the early World War I and II era, which eventually evolved into welding for any sort of purpose, including welding for auto racing. Of course, you cannot have a race car without doing some kind of welding on it, and a lot of the welding that gets done and the fabricating that gets done for the race cars that are here at the track tonight are done with DOC Gas products. They have a summer sales brochure that is going. You can drop by the booth. Look at it over and turn at number 4. They have a quick brochure with all of the products that are on sale for their summer sale, like TIG welding gloves, a Firestop cotton 30-inch green jacket, Uvex Aerospec safety eyewear, series clips, heavy-duty bills welding and cutting outfit from Victor, a Harris Steelworkers Classic, a regulator pack, a Pro Cutter, the Trailblazer 280 welder. Those are by Miller, and of course their famous Bobcat 225 welding package, and the Millmatic MIG welder, and a lot more products that you can think of from DeWalt tools, from Miller, from Harris, and from Lincoln. These are all of the major welding brands that are out. You can find them at the DOC Gas's outlet. DOC Gas is the proud sponsor of the number 41 Ray Ellis Pro Stock. They've been very happy and with all of the outcome and all of the exposure that Ray Ellis gives DOC Gases with sponsoring that automobile week in and week out here at the Seekonk Speedway.
We're just about complete now on turn number 2 as Alan Leach's machine is towed up into the infield. We want to welcome Double D Towing with us here this evening, as they are a big part of our continuation of the racing as part of this safety crew along with Silver Brothers Towing each and every week. So a big welcome and big thanks to Silver Brothers Towing and Double D Towing on hand with us tonight. Seekonk safety crew, the track crew, doing a very fine job. And of course, don't want to forget the response ambulance, the Seekonk Fire Department as well, for helping us all out. Field just about set and ready to roll as we get ready to go green. And once again, on the front row, you've got Nick Massey, you've got Kirby Piggott, and Nick ProNyne. Most of the trucks that were involved in that incident are back out on the racetrack, the 28 of Kevin Casper, the 27 of Mike Bergman, the 92 of Nick Macedonia that started it all, and he's put in the corner. Robin Sloan's number 4, Billy Flint's number 13. The only truck now with us is the 43 of Alan Leach as he sits down the infield with some broken parts. Looks like we're going to get ready to go next time, Brian. Ready to go and bring it down one more time. Jay Macedonia, Richard Turk, you were number 2. Johnny Tripp, Drew Clear, number 3. Brian Clark, Billy Clark, Nick Clark, Stanley Tripp in the top 10 as we get ready to roll on turn number 4. We have 3 laps complete, 17 laps remaining to roll.
on that automobile checked out. Joshua Wheeler climbs from the beating Mercedes-Benz number 99, assessing the damage on this truck. Flying out of the car, it appears that his nut unfortunately is done. We're under caution here at the Seekonk Speedway.
That's a tough break for Joshua Wheeler. Coming into tonight's racing action, the point standings look like dear old Dad, the old man of the division, and the only reason I say that is because he's been racing longer than I have been alive. He's been behind the wheel of a racing vehicle for 51 years. That's a long time. Almost as long as the Seekonk Speedway has been open and operating. We opened up in 1946. We're 54 years old, so we've been racing 3 years longer than Billy Buck. He leads the point standings coming into tonight with 411 points. That's a 62. 42 points rather over his son Brian Clark, 411 to 369. 13 points back is Tracy O'Nett with 356. Robin Sloan with 356 also is tied for third, and rounding out the top five is Mike Brakeman in the 27 with 350 points. Behind that, Martin Jesus is sixth with 346. Richard Kevin Casper is seventh with 341. Richard Tripling eighth with 320. With 335. Johnny Tripp ninth with 329. And Johnny Aruma rounds out the top 10 with 326 points. Still a few more weeks of racing left in the point standings. It'll be very interesting to see if the old man can hold off the young Chargers for the point championships in the Seekonk Sports Truck. Right now, though, we're trying to get this one in and completed as we get ready to roll over to the
street stop. Kevin, a racer is a racer, and I was down at the Seekonk Grand Prix just a few weeks ago, and a racer's heart is always at his hands and his heavy right foot, and Tom Furtado raced around the slick track at Seekonk Grand Prix. Just as competitive as he races here on a Saturday night in the street stock division, and you should have seen him cut through the field like a hot knife through butter. So the racing experience pays off, I guess, anywhere you go. He had a good old time. And Tom Furtado, hopefully, going to have a good old time out there tonight in the street stock feature event here this evening. We've got a good crowd on here for the fans on parade that will be coming up just after the Seekonk Sports Show feature event at farm for number 84. Bonnie McDermott out in front, followed by last week's runner-up, 6th in the second spot right now. Jay Macedonio, Cam Diggin Excavating, number 14 truck. He was second in last week's feature event. Martin Jesus, who spun earlier in the race, who is now winning mid-pack, finished third in that feature event last week. But Stanley Sherman, who was involved in that yellow flag incident up at turn number 1 and 2, was out of the event. Fortunately, he pulled by the wayside, so chances of making a turn around are no more for the driver number 20, Stanley Sherman. Each and every Saturday night through the month of September, so just had nowhere to go. And Lost Go to Jesus gets hit with a number 95 with Dick Malone with a hard shot in the middle of the back straightaway. And Jesus comes to rest in the middle of turns number 3 and 4. And we're going to give you an update on the conditions of those drivers very, very shortly.
Well, Bernard still sits down on the infield. The ambulance is called to check on Mark DeJesus out of Westport, Mass. In the 26, he took a hard shot into the 95 of ProNyne as ProNyne tried to hold on to that vehicle after bouncing off the outside retaining wall down the back straightaway. So the safety crew's on hand to check out the drivers. And double detailing, doing a little double duty. And as soon as we do receive word on Mark's condition, we will pass that along to you. Cup Series was out in Indianapolis. I'm not going to tell you who won because I'm sure some of you folks were taping the event and want to wait till you get home to watch it. But how about that qualifying run by DW to sit on the outside pole? I guess that victory tour is going to be a total dud after all, but a good qualifying run for him. We'll let you find out when you go home and watch the TV and catch it on tape to find out the official finishes from the Brickyard. Scene that he is talking to the safety crews down there, but they are going to
take extra care on extracting him from the vehicle. He is a little bit sore and dazed, so they want to be as careful as they can. So response ambulance service and the safety crews as they work out for him to help Mark get out of that vehicle as quickly but as safely as possible. So bear with us for just a few minutes.
As we will take care of this as quickly as we can. Mark DeJesus, a hard hit with Bernie McDermott's number 95 in the back straightaway. word has come down from the NASCAR officials that Todd Anarumo and his number 11 machine will go to the rear of the field. So Todd will be going to the rear of the field for getting into the back of the 95 of Dick ProNyne and spinning him down the back straightaway, which put him in the outside retaining wall of the 26.
As we were saying a little while ago, there are racing through month of September.
Next week, a full night of racing on tap, along with the Atlantic Coast Old Timers. They'll be on hand. The Baby Grands will be with us as well in 2 weeks. Twin 30-lap races for the Pro Stocks. It looks like the remainder of the divisions will be on hand as well. And in 3 weeks, the Street Stocks will have a regular special event for them, I guess, 25 laps for the Street Stocks on the 26th of August. And then comes September, and the first night of September, the 2nd, we will have another Twin 30-lap event for the Pro Stocks and a full night of racing then. And the 9th is our final Saturday night of the 2000 racing season. It's also Deer Night. We'll have our trike race on that night. That's Saturday night, September the 9th. And it has been said that if Mother Nature does not adhere to our format and it decides to trickle down on us and cause us to not race that evening, then we will be here on the 10th. It's for the Sunday afternoon to get that show in. And while you're wondering why the two Twin 30s for the Pro Stocks and the automatic rain date on the 10th of September, well, that is because we are part of the NASCAR organization in the 2000 racing season. But you probably already knew that much. Part of that dedication with NASCAR goes with regional racing for the Pro Stocks, the Sportsman division. And for the Street Stocks. So we are mandated by 18 races for the Pro Stocks, 16 for the Street Stocks and the Sportsman division. That is why the Twin 30s and the rain date, that'll put us right at the 18 races for the Pro Stocks and 16 for the Sportsmen's and the Street Stocks for the regional point standings. Right now, our current point leader, Freddie Estelle, sits 9th in the region throughout the 11 tracks that are part of the NASCAR organization in New England. For great short track racing in New England, of course, we've got the Seekonk Speedway. There are several tracks around us. There's 3 in Connecticut, the Waterford Speed Bowl, Thompson Speedway, and Stafford Speedway. Up in New Hampshire, you've got the Star Speedway, Lee USA Speedway, Monadnock Speedway, and Claremont. And, of course, in Maine, you've got the Beech Ridge Motor Speedway, and there's one in Pennsylvania, Grandview Speedway, I believe, that make up the New England region. The nation is divided up into regions, and New England is where we sit. And there will be a regional champion and a national champion from those point standings. They are still trying to excavate Mark DeJesus out of the 26, and it looks like they're going to try to do it through the back window as they you look at the stock cars, and we had that with Dave Hutchins a few weeks ago, and word has it that he is home recovering from his final surgery. Hopefully he is going to try to be on hand with us next Saturday night, but don't worry, he won't be behind the wheel of a race car, at least not this year. He's going to recuperate for the rest of the season. Bill Quirk to the main tower, please. Bill Quirk, please come to the main tower.
Still under red flag conditions here at the Seekonk Speedway. The track crew and ambulance crew over there in turns number 3 and 4, extricating Roscoe DeJesus from the number 26, who took a hard hit with the number 95 with Dick Benoit in the middle of the back straightaway. Fortunately, the driver is alert. He is okay, just a little bit rattled, and they're going to get him out of the truck very, very shortly. Last week's feature event winner, Stanley Sherman, retired from the event with an accident over in turns number 1 and 2. He is now parked by the wayside for the rest of this truck feature event. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, coming this Wednesday night, August 9th at 7 p.m., they're going to have the 100 Car Spectator Drag Spectacular, plus school bus demolition derbies, the New England Dodge Dealers Legend Cars, and of course the regular weekly division here at the Seekonk Speedway, the Formula 4 divisions, and a lot more. Adults will be $12, kids will be $4. You can get any information or any further information you'd like to get online at www.seekonkspeedway.com or call the office at 508-336-9959. This is Wednesday, August 9th, ladies and gentlemen. 100 car spectator drags. The first 100 cars to sign in for the spectator drag races will be guaranteed a starting spot. We won't have more than 100. However, 100 cars are guaranteed to make a definite start for the Spectator Drag Spectacular. That will be happening this Wednesday night. Seekonk Speedway, the action track of the East, also known as the Cement Palace. Over 50 years strong, racing and competition here in the Northeast, hosting some of the best names in auto racing. If you look in the back of your book, your program, you see that Kenny Schrader's appearance and Victor Riley's passing were the events that were part of the recent Boston Louis Seymour Memorial Nemo race here at the Seekonk Speedway that was won by youngster Randy Cabral. Schrader, whose racing roots ran through Seekonk Speedway, is remembered in the pictures in the back of the Era Nostalgic page. You can see it when he ran one night here in August 10th, 1991, in a woman-bodied Budweiser-sponsored number 12 Pro Stock. The night that he came here, well, he won the event. And from then on, of course, you know Ken Schrader has gone on to Winston Cup fame, driving for Rick Hendrick, also driving for Andy Petrie Racing in the Skull number 33, and of course now his current ride, the M&M's Pontiac number 36 in the NASCAR Winston Cup Series. All of that going on, a lot of attractions here at the Seekonk Speedway, a lot of excitement, of course, here on BOC Gases night. BOC Gases with 200 outlets nationwide and 20 locations all over the Northeast, Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island. They have a 1-800 number, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week that can take orders, plus tech support for any advice or information that you may need on your welding equipment. Demonstrations are available at any BOC local outlet. The materials are all on display that you need to use for welding and fabricating. This is a company, ladies and gentlemen, that has been in business since the 1900s, so almost 100 years in business is BOC Gases. The company invented the MIG welding process that was used for the aircraft industry, of course, in World War I and World War II, that took place in the early 1900s. And of course, that MIG welding moved on to fabricating race cars, chassis, and any components for auto racing. Any of the cars that are here tonight, of course, every car that is here tonight racing at the Seekonk Speedway needed to be MIG welded in some way, shape, or form to either construct the car or to repair the car. And BOC Gases has all the products that you need for welding and fabrication. They are a complete repair facility that repair any welding and fabricating equipment. They are on-site. They do on-site repairs. They have a repair facility in Seekonk, plus a giveaway, ladies and gentlemen, later tonight from BOC Gases. 2 are going to go to the fans, and 2 are going to go to the crews in the pit areas. It's a $290 value. This Victor Excel Metalist Specialist Cutting Kit for metal cutting, and all the trophies for the divisions tonight will be awarded by BOC Gases. So, BOC Gases, one of the most loyal sponsors of racing here at the Seekonk Speedway. And when you're looking for the best in quality gas products in the world, visit your local BOC Gases outlet.
You got them on a stretcher? They got them on a backboard.
And once again, we've mentioned it once, Kevin's mentioned it once, I've said it a number of times, and I'm going to say it again. This coming Wednesday, August 9th at 7 p.m., the Spectator Drag Spectacular Plus School Bus Demolition Derbies, right after the Fans on Parade we're going to have. We've just been informed, ladies and gentlemen, that Roscoe to Jesus is out of the truck. He's okay. How about a big round of applause for him?
He's all right. He's in a
Took a little bit of a hard hit, but luckily he's okay. He's out of the truck. The ambulance crew is tending to him, checking to see how the driver is. We know that he is awake, he is alert and conscious. Just shaking the cobwebs out. The ambulance crew is going to check him out. And that's always a good sign when a driver is able to escape serious injury in auto racing, of course. They're going to take both of those trucks that were involved, Benoit's and DeJesus' trucks, off the speedway so we can continue with the Seekonk Sports Truck feature event. Don't go anywhere, though, ladies and gentlemen. We've still got a host of other feature events to be run tonight. 7 feature events to be clicked off. The Mini Cups and the Baby Grands race tonight. BJ Pikarski took down the Baby Grand feature event. And the winner of the Mini Cups was the number 24 of Jeffrey Lebrecq. He took down that feature event win for the young racers. We still have the Sportsmans, the Pro Stocks, the Formula 4s, and the Street Stocks yet to go. So don't go anywhere, as we're going to come back to you from the Seekonk Speedway.
Yeah, I'm going to show the pictures you gave me. You're a very sick person. Hey, that cat hat. That yellow hat matches. Cat. It's with you. Don't try and you are Rob when you walk.
So out on the track right now are the Seekonk Sports Trucks. They are more than halfway completed with their feature event. That finds the number 84 of Bernie McDermott leading the way. And Billy Clark, the old master of the truck division here, and over 50 years of experience in the hands of that able-bodied driver, leads the points with 411 points. He's being chased by his son, Brian Clark. So it's a family affair at the top of the point standings for the Seekonk Sports Trucks. Brian Clark trailing with 369 points. Then it's Tracy Ouellette in third, tied with Ouellette. Third in the points is Robin Sloan. She has one feature event win to her credit this year. Fifth spot in the points, the number 27 of Mike Brightman with 350 points, another feature event winner. And right behind him, in sixth spot, is Mark DeJesus, also another driver with a feature event win. Then it's the 28 of Kevin Casper at seventh in the points. Eighth in the points is Richard Turpinning. Ninth in the points is John Tripp, and the number 18 with two feature event wins. And rounding out your top 10 is the impressive rookie second-generation driver, the 11 of Todd Adelano.
Well, the cleanup is just about complete. In turn number 4, Mark is in the back of the ambulance, and he will take a ride into the infield to get into the pit area to get checked out. Had a chance to take a little bit of a walk under that red flag condition, and Dave Hutchins is here tonight, but he said, don't put me on the spot tonight, I just want to relax and enjoy the show first night back. He promised me he would talk to me next week, so Dave, I'm putting you to the test next Saturday night, see how good you are on the microphone, but he's doing well, and good to see him back and a smile on his face. As we get ready to go back to some green flag racing action now as the cleanup is continued. Todd Adelano decides to head towards the pit area, make sure that truck is okay. And while I was walking around, saw some beautiful displays of craftsmanship. Medeiros, please come to the front gate, please. Dennis Medeiros, please come to the front gate. Field under way now as a caution flag has been dropped. The red has been lifted. And the 92 of Nick Macedonia looks like he's going to need some assistance in the pit area. We'll have to wait for one of the track wreckers, or actually the safety crew will help him off there. Buddy McDermott, Johnny Tripp, Brian Clark, Billy Clark, and Jay Macedonia are the top 5. 15 laps have been complete, 5 laps to go, and when this is over, single file will be the restart formation to get the final laps in, as they have had just a little bit of a hard time getting a clean run going. So Bernie McDermott in the 84 will bring him down as George Rigo rejoins with the rear of the field, as does the 11 of Todd Adelano. 5 to go. The Seekonk Sports Trucks, the BOC Gases main event, looking for the green. Off of turn number 4, McDermott hits the strike. Green flag flies. McDermott on the gas. Tripp takes a look down the inside.
McDermott shuffled back to the third position. He pushes up the track.
McDermott now starts to pull away under his own power.
Well, Kevin, it looks like it's going to be one of those nights with all these truck competitors very, very anxious with only a handful of laps to go. You saw contact out there between the number 84 and the number 1 of Billy Clark. Clark was able to back out of the throttle and let McDermott come right past his front end, and was able to get back in the gas and hold his third place position over Jay Macedonia and the number 5 of Richard Turpinning. Turpinning sits 5th off the field. He rounds out your top 5 competitors. Remember, boys ladies and gentlemen, on August 19th and September 2nd, we're going to have twin 30s for the Pro Stocks. Twin 30-lap feature events for the NASCAR Weekly Racing Series Pro Stocks here at the Seekonk Speedway. That's going to be exciting to get your double dose of Pro Stock action. 2 30-lap features to be set for the NASCAR Weekly Racing Series Pro Stocks here at the Seekonk Speedway.
Has been penalized. He will go to the rear of the field, and that's a tough break as McDermott came down off of 2. They made contact, and well, if you make contact, the rule is you go to the back as you were part of that accident. So the field is set now with Johnny Tripp, Brian Clark, Jay Macedonio, Richard Turpinning, and Tracy on left, the top 5, as we get ready to go. 16 laps are complete, 4 laps remain in this 20-lap marathon for the Seekonk Sports Truck. Johnny Tripp out of Westport, Massachusetts, looking for a win as they get ready to roll off of turn number 4. Big flag flies as they come off the corner. Tripp gets a jump for flag. Seekonk masses the Berkeley's letter parts number 21. How about a big round of applause for our Seekonk Sports Truck feature winner, Brian Clark.
Kevin, you can't ask for Seekonk Sport Truck racing action better than that. With only a handful of laps to go, John Tripp had a comfortable lead, and then on the restart, the number 21 of Brian Clark rolls it up on the outside of the hydro-stop roofing number 18 of John Tripp. Tripp, one of the old masters, but Brian Clark showing his muscle, taking the long way around and working for it to take down the feature event win, because they both came off the 4th corner with the checkered flag being held high. The 18 of Tripp got a little bit sideways, and of course when you get sideways, you spend more time going sideways than you do getting any forward bite, and that's what Brian Clark needed to cross the line in first place. But he comes back to the line, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause for the Seekonk Auto Body Berkeley Used Auto Parts, number 21 for Brian Clark. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, if you like some of the racing you've seen here tonight, you can get a tape of it, of all the action from Frank and Helen's videos. They cover all of the action here at the Seekonk Speedway. Frank and Helen's videos are here week in and week out, recording and taping, putting together some beautiful tapes for the Speedway. Of course, you can see their work at the Pub 99 on Tuesday nights when they go down there to watch all the tapes from the previous event. They open up the hall down there and they put Frank and Helen's videos, their product, up on the big screen so you can watch the weekly racing action here at the Seekonk Speedway. So remember, if you need a video, talk to Frank and Helen's videos as the 21 of Brian Clark comes back to the line to return the checkered flag to your stars Eddie Warren and Rocky Hudson. He takes down tonight's feature event win. And it's that lucky time of the evening, ladies and gentlemen, where it's time to get out your Seekonk Sentinel programs and look to the back of the book. On the Cisco's performance page, you'll find some lucky numbers printed on that page. Cisco's performance page is located near the back of the book, only a few pages from the end, with prizes being donated from KNDdesigns.com, quality foodland, race car jewelry, rent-a-rest-back seating, which is located right here up in the midway just past the announcer's tower, and of course Pepsi beverages. And tonight's lucky numbers are 84936, 84936. The second lucky number up is 85793, 85793. The third lucky number up is 84851, 84851. The fourth lucky number up, 84894, 84894. And the final lucky number of the night, 85268, 85268. If you've got any of those lucky numbers, congratulations. You can pick up your prize located at the bottom of the announcer's tower at the program booth where they sell the Seekonk Sentinel. Just quickly to go through those numbers once again, 84936, 85793, 84851, 84894, and 85268. Plus some donations from BLC Gases. They have put up $290 value for their prizes tonight, which are Victor Excel Medalist Cutting Kits. If you're a welder or a fabricator, they're giving away 4 of them. 2 of them are going to go to the guys in the pits. 2 are going to go to someone up in the grandstands. And those numbers are 00629. 00629. The second lucky number up for the welding cutting kits from BLC Gases for the pit area is 00702. 00702. And now the giveaways for the Excel Medalist Cutting Kits from BLC Gases for the fans in the grandstands is 006450. 006450. And the final lucky number up for the Excel Cutting Kits, a $290 value, 010334. 010334. If you have any of those lucky numbers, congratulations. You can pick up those cutting kits located at the BLC Gases booth, located just off turn number 4. Congratulations if you did win your prize. Congratulations if you were any of the lucky number winners that pick up your prizes from KNDdesigns.com. Quality Fruitland, race car jewelry, rent-a-rest-back seating, and of course, Pepsi Cola beverages. Pepsi, proud to be pouring here at the Seekonk Speedway, back for a 5th consecutive season along with Budweiser, the king of beers. You can go, if you're over 21 or over, to the beer stands over in turn number 2 or over in turn number 4. Get yourself a nice cold Budweiser. We're proud to be pouring here at the Seekonk Speedway. So, the next attraction that's going to be coming out onto the track, as you see them all lining up here on the front straightaway, is tonight's Fans on Parade, the annual event that we do hold here for you, the fans of the Seekonk Speedway, and for all of the fans who have your favorite drivers, anyone that wants to come out and represent the local heroes that race here each and every Saturday night. Kevin Boucher is down on the front straightaway watching all of the excitement going on. We've got some beautiful floats, some banners out there, pictures. We've got fans and a cast of thousands, as they say, that are gathering on the front chute to represent and honor some of their favorite drivers that race here each and every week at the Cement Palace, the action track of the East, Seekonk Speedway.
Well, they keep just on coming and coming and coming, and lots of fans were very busy for the past couple of weeks, and some of them look like all season long. And it's great to see such a great big display. Not all these people are affiliated with a race car. It doesn't hurt, though. Now, it's too late to get one of these done if you don't have one for tonight, but don't forget, next year we'll do it one more time. are still coming out. We're going to get started up here, and we're going to lead it off with Jim Sylvia's 116 Street Stock display. And the parade begins. Give these folks a round of applause when they come by. A lot of hard work went into these. We've got a great big Rick Martin display, the number 24 Pro Stock, defending track champion. People spent a lot of time on these machines. Got a powered number 24 Rick Martin car. We got a pro car as well. Then we got Wayne Dion's 99 team. It's going backwards. I wonder if that's an omen to come, Wayne. I don't know. Glenn Lutton's number 70 Sportsman team and Robin Sloan's number 4's family. You see Mom walking proudly. And look at this. Bobby Rose's number 24 Street Stock. Last year's runner-up, current leader in the street point standings. And he's got a lot of fans. I think he's got as many people just in his club than everybody else out there on the racetrack. Little fellow guy here for Bobby Rose. I see him walking, so I know that's not him behind the wheel of that machine. Here, this is finally the end of Bobby Rose's team. Then we've got the bloater teams, the Gopher and Big Steam. And you know why they call him Gopher? Because he's always gophering, trying to catch his brother. The number 12 of Mark Langlois, the number 12 Street Stock. Bobby Tripp and Johnny Tripp, the 81 Seekonk Sports Pro Stock, rather, and the 18 Seekonk Sports Truck. Then we got the Morrow Motorsports team. Keith Morrow running for Rookie of the Year honors in the Pro Stock division. Car number 38, the Cox Communications. Then the Van Harris Insurance, number 46, Chad Chase's banner and the hood. You got to wonder if they're still working on that car, why they've got the hood. Pro Stock team, number 12, Bobby Pellin's got a lot of fans on hand with us here tonight. The Hope Street Auto Center machine. And we've got Peter Fernandez, Robert Mohan rather, I'm sorry, and Peter Fernandez, number 26 in the Street Stock and the Sportsman division. And Ken Spencer is number 3, the RNF Transport number 3 Sportsman. And congratulations, Jody Cirillo, Rookie of the Year, number 37 Street Stock. Ladies and gentlemen, give these folks a round of applause for their hard work and dedication to their fans, to their teams, and their favorite drivers. Kind of a small parade this year. Usually we've got them lined up around the track. Don't know what's going on. Maybe some of the fans just don't have the time anymore to put into it, but this is what it's all about. For you, the fans, to show your support here at the Seekonk Speedway, and for the drivers that compete in all 5 of our divisions. While this is going on, we've got a few happy birthday announcements to send out. I guess I was wrong. We did have time to put one together. Dave Hutchins, number 96 Pro Stock, and the 67 Street Stock for Stanley Sherman, late entries in our parade. Very happy birthday going out to Danielle Lightbody, celebrating her 19th birthday here with us this evening. Patty Millette, celebrating with us. Happy birthday going out to Erin Gibbs, celebrating her 19th birthday with us here today. Jerry DeGasperi, our sportsman point leader, is celebrating her birthday with us today. And Bobby Rose's crew and family would like to celebrate a happy birthday to Grandma Perry. She's got a pin on It's her birthday. Give her a big kiss. A happy birthday going out to Erin from Luke. And a happy birthday from Dad, Dawn, and Charlie to Michael Shaw, celebrating with us here today. Very happy birthday to these fine folks. And if it's your birthday and nobody told us, well, very happy birthday to you as well. Also, a very happy belated birthday to Brittany Bolduck. Celebrated her 14th birthday this past week. And my little one celebrating her first birthday tomorrow. It is, once again, if it is your birthday and we didn't know it, very happy birthday to you. And thanks for being on hand with us for the BOC Masters Fans on Parade. The 2000 edition. Now, there are awards being given for each division and an overall winner. We were just discussing that as they tally up the votes. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, how about a big round of applause for these dedicated folks and drivers. Some of the drivers are out here with them. Robin Sloan walking around with her fans and family. Bobby Rose is with his contingent as well. Awards will be handed out in Victory Lane. Right after this, we'll see if we can find out who the winners are. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the votes have been tallied, and I have the winners right here in my hand. Like I said, there's a division winner and an overall winner. The winner in the Formula 4s, the number 13 for Bob Broder's team. The winner in the Seekonk Sports Trucks, Robin Sloan, once again in the number 4. Taking down the divisional win in the Street Stocks, the 116 team of Jim Sylvia. Taking down the Sportsman win, the number 3 of Kenny Spencer. And taking down the Pro Stock win, the team of number 24 for Rick Martin. But wait, there's one more. Our overall winner for the 2000 Fans on Parade, Bobby Rose's number 24 Street Stock. first go to victory lane, your driver has to be there with you. So we need Jim Sylvia, Rick Martin, Kenny Spencer, Robin Sloan, Bob Broder, and Bobby Rose, all up in victory lane for the celebration of the Fans on Parade. Brotherly love. Bob Broder said he would share his Fans on Parade prize with his brother, Mike Broder. So I guess the congratulations going out to both Broder brothers. Well, this will take just a couple of minutes. How about it one more time, ladies and gentlemen? A round of applause for all our Fans on Parades and our winners. Jim Sylvia in the street stock, Robin Sloan in the trucks. Bob and Mike Broder in the Formula 4s, Kenny Spencer in the Sportsman, the Pro Stock number 24, Rick Martin, and the overall winner, Bobby Rose, for the Fans on Parade. Once again, we need all the drivers for the winning team from victory lane. Bob, don't go in the pits yet. Got still a lot of racing on hand tonight, as BOC Guesses has brought us a beautiful Saturday night. A special event on hand for you. We've been talking about the Wednesday night show we've got coming up this coming Wednesday with the School Bus Demolition Derby, 100 plus cars for a spectator drag event. The New England Dodge Legend cars and Formula 4 tours will be on hand as well. We've got 5 school buses on hand. We're going to have a little bit of a spectator race with the school buses, 5-lap enduro event, and still waiting for the 5th one to show up before we begin. These are the 5 buses that we will destroy on Wednesday night. Well, I guess there are only 4 with us here tonight. And these buses will be destroyed Wednesday evening. Action begins at 7 o'clock. Come on down and enjoy the fun. A school bus demolition derby. Along with spectator drags, 100 plus cars. The first 100 cars guaranteed to join in, but I don't think we'll be turning anybody away. Also on tap, the New England Dodge Legend cars and Formula 4 racing. That's all Wednesday night, August the 9th, this coming Wednesday. Action begins at 7 o'clock. Buses total away. And we're going to send it upstairs with Derek for the call.
Thank you very much, Kevin, and we've got the 5-lap exhibition race for what is in store for you coming this Wednesday night. Starting on the pole, it's the Thunder Racing number 15 of Portsmouth, Rhode Island's Wayne Plank. Then on the outside, it's Leslie Hornberger. They call her the Speed Witch out of Burlington, Connecticut. Up next, driving the 51 is Dave Robinson. He's out of New Bedford, Massachusetts, and rounding out the field is Mark DaCosta, the crew chief from Thunder Racing's number 15. These are the 4 buses, some of the 4 that will compete in the school bus demolition derby that will take place here Wednesday night, this coming Wednesday night. The green flag flies. They come down the front straightaway. When's the last time you saw something like this happen, ladies and gentlemen? 4 school buses racing side. They go down the back straightaway. The 15 of Wayne Plank has got the advantage. And the Speed Witch, Leslie Hornberger, is on the outside with the number 51 of Dave Robinson, moving to third underneath Leslie Hornberger in the number 2. Oh, contact being made right there. Bringing the school buses, bumping around just a little bit, taking some hits there. How do you fans like this, huh? I bet the kids are loving this, to see some of those school buses that get wrecked and demolished. But your leader moving out in front as he dives down into turn number 3 is the number 15 of Wayne Plank. Wayne Plank leading the way coming off the 4th corner. And I wonder how you make a vehicle like this handle around a track like the Seekonk Speedway. As we've got a good battle for the 2nd and 3rd spots out on the track between the number 2, the Speed Witch, Leslie Hornberger, and the number 51 of Dave Robinson. As they come off the 4th corner, Wayne Plank leads them off the 4th corner. The 2-lap signal being held high for your starter, Rocky Hudson. As Wayne Plank continues to lead the way, he goes into turn number 1. Leslie Hornberger, the Speed Witch, comes underneath Plank. As they come off turn number 2, they go down the back straightaway. Just a 5-lap exhibition race. This is what's on hand this coming Wednesday night. As the school buses come off the 4th corner, they get the white flag with 1 more lap to go around the Seekonk Speedway. That finds Wayne Plank and the Thunder Racing number 15. Leading the way over the number 2, the Speed Witch, Leslie Hornberger. Then in 3rd is Dave Robinson out of New Bedford, Massachusetts, and rounding out the field is Mark DaCosta as the checker flag flies and the field streaks off turn number 4. School bus winner, the tonight's exhibition run is Wayne Plank and the number 15, followed by a close second. Leslie Hornberger right on her tail was the number 51 of Dave Robinson, and Mark DaCosta rounds out your field, and that is just an indication of what is going to be on hand this coming Wednesday night. For the Spectator Drag Spectacular Plus School Bus Demolition Derby being capped off by the New England Dodge Dealers Legend cars that are going to appear here and the Formula 4s, plus a whole lot more Adults $12, kids $4. You can go online to find out more information at www.seekonkspeedway.com or call the track office at 508-336-9959. So there you have it. The school buses make their way off of the squared circle of the Seekonk Speedway. They will retire to the back until Wednesday, when we're going to bring them out and demolish them, ladies and gentlemen. But we return to our regular action and our regular card of events that's going to be going on tonight. The sportsman feature is slated to roll off next, but of course, like any other outdoor event, Speedway, the New England Dodge Dealers Dodge Ram pickup truck, which is the official truck of Seekonk Speedway, is now out on the track, on the start-finish line. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you all to please rise. Gentlemen, remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem.
By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Old Glory flying high and proudly over the Seekonk Speedway. The New England Dodge Dealers track truck, the Dodge Ram. The beautifully prepared red Seekonk Speedway track truck, courtesy of the fine folks, the New England Dodge Dealers, here on BOC Gases Night at the Seekonk Speedway. Of course, BOC Gas is one of the proud sponsors that has been associated with the track here for many, many years. One of the longest and most loyal sponsors of racing here at the Seekonk Speedway. When you're looking for the best in quality gas products in the world, visit your local BOC Gases outlet. They have 200 outlets nationwide, 20 locations all over the Northeast, Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island. They have a 1-800 number. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, you can reach them to take orders, and they have tech support over the phone. Coming out onto the track is the next feature up on the card here at the Seekonk Speedway, the X-Side Short Track Sportsmen. They're going to roll here on the front straightaway. We're going to get wound up, and we're going to be back with a lineup. The field comes to life on the first straightaway. The Warlords take to the arena and starting on the pole. Out of Rock Island, Rhode Island, the Billiards in number 13 for the impressive rookie Robbie Murphy. Onside for the ride. Out of Coventry, Rhode Island, the VTDN delivery, number 88 of Ken Bamford. Third spot on the inside out of Westport, Massachusetts, the number 70, the NAC Security Systems BOC Gases sponsored 70 for Glenn Rotten. On the outside of row number 2 in the 4th position. The T Cabral Electric, Kevin's Professional Detailing, number 6, for Eddie Cannon III. Then we'll count. We'll roll up next. Willow's back on the inside. He's out of Swansea, Massachusetts, the Ed Holiday Auto Sales entry. On the outside of him, the J-Lopes Construction, number 26, for Taunton, Massachusetts, Peter Fernandez. The 7th spot on the inside, the Freetown Sand and Gravel, number 57. He's been a feature event winner here earlier in the year, Dean Petty. From the outside of Dean Petty. Opening night feature event winner, the Rocking Sheep Metal, Kids Corner Child Care, number 99, for Glenn Barber. Third spot on the inside, the WB Play, Shrinking, number 89, for Rob Reed. The outside of him, it'll be the number 32, for Paul Riffo. Fantastic is up next in the number 2 out of Attleboro, Massachusetts. On the outside of him, Ken Spencer in the Auto Transport entry. The 13th position on the inside will go to Pawtucket's Cherry Negus Barry, the Custom Auto Rally, number 71. On the outside of him, George Simpson out of South Attleboro, Massachusetts in the number 8. Up next in the number 9, Rhode Island's Club Fantasy sponsored automobile for Paul Vaness. Last week's feature event winner will roll out in the 16th spot, the number 81 of James Lawrence. The 17th position will be Norton, Massachusetts, B&R Recycling 02 from Leroy Hudson. On the outside of him, the Douglas A. King Builders, number 10 for Scott Dion in the 18th spot. Going to post position, number 19, Carver, Massachusetts, Sean Woodward, the Richmond Welding entry. On the outside of him, the number 4, Jeff's Removal and Recycling, number 4 for Steve Randall in the 20th position. The 21st spot will be the Southeastern Hardwood Flooring, number 17 of Kevin Foley out of North Attleboro. With rounding out the field, out of Pawtucket, Rhode Island, the instant plumbing number 44 for Rob Toombs. 22 cars to take the green, 25 laps to be the distance, ladies and gentlemen, and in the end, only one man will stand alone. You've got the rookie on the pole, Ronnie Murphy, alongside for the ride, the veteran, Ken Bedford, they call him the sideman. They're getting ready and getting set. They're going to hit the hot line in turn number 3, picking up the throttle. Here we go.
Check on the drivers.
A couple of cars getting up in the air.
Safety crews on the scene to check on the drivers. Glenn Young took a wild ride down the back straightaway. And the safety crews are there. They are walking away slowly. That is a good sign as the ambulance crew is on hand to check on these drivers. And a wild ride as several cars got involved. That all started as the field came off of turn number 2. As Glenn Young climbs out of his car under his own power, he is okay, probably just a bit shaken up on that one.
Always a good sign to see drivers being able to climb out of their car under their own power. The Kids Corner Viking Sheet Metal number 99 of Glenn Fireball Young took a heavy impact in the middle of the back straightaway, dropped the car up in the air, he rolled the wall. It all started when contact was made between Glenn Lawton and Rob Murphy in the number 13. Murphy spun in the middle of the back straightaway, and everyone just tried to do what they could to avoid it. Everyone taking evasive action, and as you saw, cars started to pile up. We have about 5 to 7 cars that were involved, including Rob Doobie, Steve Randall, the number 10 of Dion, the number 28 of Sean Woodward, the 17 of Kevin Foley, the 26 of Peter Fernandez. All of these drivers were involved. Heavy contact on the back straightaway with a number of automobiles. We've got the red light out. We're stopping the competition. We've got the track crews and the ambulance crews down on the back straightaway just to make sure that everyone is okay.
Kevin Fullen making his 2000 debut behind the wheel of a Sportsman car, moving up from the street stocks, and hopefully the damage isn't too bad on that Pontiac, as he struggled with the handles earlier this evening in the heat event. Still checking on the drivers, and as soon as we do receive word that everybody is okay, we will pass that along to you. Glenn Young, his night is done as he came into tonight 5th in the point standings after starting out the season so strong. Tough break for the Team 99 crew as they've got their work cut out for them to get that machine back here next Saturday night. Sean Woodward climbs back behind the wheel of his machine, and Peter Fernandez climbing out of the window in his car and just surveying everything that is going on down there. Well, looks like Glenn Young gets to go for another ride, this time in the ambulance, just for precautions, as he did climb out under his own power, but after a ride like that, you just want to make sure that the bearings are there and that you're not talking funny there. But tough ride for Glenn out of Mansfield, Mass. The paramedic College, breaking sheet metal. Kids Corner Child Care, Taylor Rental, number 99. That'll end his night and most of his chances at the 2000 Sportsman crown.
So the car coming out with the most significant amount of damage in that altercation was, of course, the number 99 of Glenn Fireball Young. They put him in the ambulance just to check him out. He is okay. He climbed out of the car under his own power. They're just going to make sure that he is alert, everything is functioning, he is okay, and of course they ask you those questions: what's your name, what's today's date? They ask you the name of the number of the car that you're driving. Some basic questions just to make sure that you're not disoriented or have any other significant problems. There are other cars that are involved. The crews are over there on the back straightaway trying to clear all the carnage that happened in the beginning of the Sportsman feature event. Eliminated some heavy hitters. Of course, Dion is out. The 44 is gone. The 26 of Peter Fernandez was involved. Sean Woodward, he's able to drive away. So attrition starting to take its toll with less than a lap in the books for this Exide Short Track Sportsman feature event.
Well, NASCAR officials surveying the damage on the back straightaway and discussing on what happened there, and that'll put with 0 laps complete, a complete restart. Robbie Murphy, unfortunately, will have to go to the rear because he did spin on the back straightaway off of turn number 2, and that'll move the 88 of Ken Bamford to the front of the field, with Ed Gannon the third on the outside of the front row. Oh, I'm sorry, there were 2 laps complete there. That'll happen so fast. Kenny Spencer in the 3 heads towards the pits. So the field will look like this. The 88 of Kenny Bamford, the 56 of Linwood Connell will be the front row, with the 57 of Dean Petty and the 6 of Ed Gannon, row number 2. Ron Reed and Jerry DeGasperi up to 6th early in the event from that melee on the back straightaway. The 32 of Billy Goodrow and I believe the 2 of Dave Titus will be there as well. So a hard chain of events on the back straightaway. So several cars pit side with just 2 laps complete.
ladies and gentlemen, if you like some of the sportsman action that you're seeing tonight, on September 23rd, they're going to have 100 laps of green flag action for an open comp sportsman event that's going to see drivers from Lee Speedway, Star, Stafford, Thompson, a host of other tracks from around the area, including the Claremont Speedway and perhaps the Waterfront Speed Bowl. There's going to be a host of drivers that are going to be trying to qualify for 100 laps of sportsman action. It's an open competition event, which means the rules get thrown out the window and you just go for it. Of course, remember on September 16th, maybe the first stop 100 green flag laps for an open competition race with the Formula 4s and the sports trucks. All these attractions eventually leading up to the October 7th and 8th weekend event, the DAV, the D. Anthony Venditti Memorial, that is going to take place here in the Seekonk Speedway that closes the competition portion of the schedule for the 2000 season. We do have other events going on after that weekend, of course, leading all the way up to October 29th, which is the second annual Halloween Endurance with mini cups and baby grinds. But October 7th and 8th is the DAV Memorial. The first stops on all the weekly divisions here at the Seekonk Speedway are now in the Northeast Tourism Association. Like when you hear a crowd, we've got the field warmed up and set to go. Very shortly, we will be back to green flag racing.
Well, the word has come down from the NASCAR officials that Glenn Lawton has been put to the pit area for this event for excessive rough riding. Kind of obvious when they came over turn 2 in the two-game contest. And that'll put our total to 15 cars out of the 21 that took 22 that took the original green flag. So that here we got the Twitch green flag. 57 of the 81, and the 8 of George Simpson, your top 10 as we get ready to roll. 2 down, 23 to go for the sportsman division for the DLC gas and second caution of this event with 3 laps complete this time. So Billy Goodrow heads pit side, that number 32, to get that machine taken care of. 4. Steve Randall still out on the racetrack. The 8 of George Simpson looks like he's going to head pit side. And the attrition is definitely taking place here tonight. So 3 laps complete, 22 laps still remain in the sportsman main event. And what a race for the lead between the 56 of Bamford and the 88 of Kenny Bamford, the 56 of Linwood Cowan, as the 28 of Sean Woodward rejoins us out on the racetrack. But I believe unofficially he is -1 to the leaders as they did complete 1 lap that past green flag party.
competition starting to take its toll over this field that started out with 22 cars strong. Wayward Cowan, who took down one of the qualifying events earlier in the day, found himself at the front of the field in this Exide Short Track Sportsman feature event.
rounding out the top 10.
So the 10 Toronto sales, Broadway Autoparts, R&S represent Auto sales number 56. The old master of the Sportsman division taking down the Excise Short Track Sportsman feature event. The number 56, Linwood Cowan, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for him.
Well, while he took the lead, Jerry DeGasperi and Kenny Spencer both had problems, and that may propel James Lawrence to the top of the field. Win number 2 on the 2000 racing season, and a very happy Victory Lane will be celebrated by this Somerset, Massachusetts native. For those of you folks who are not familiar with the Seekonk Speedway, Victory Lane is located just behind turn number 4 up on the midway next to the BOC gases display. Check out all the welding equipment they have on hand for display, and something you might be interested, stop by and find out where you can pick some of it up. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, how about a big round of applause for our feature winner for the Sportsman division, Linwood Cowan, in a dominating fashion. So the Sportsman division is complete, and after that first 3 caution events, the race went to the checkered flag non-stop, and Linwood Cowan just checked out and dominated that Sportsman event. So that's it for the Sportsmans. They're done for the night. Congratulations, and rolling out next will be the 35-lap BOC Gases NASCAR Weekly Racing Series Pro-Stop main event. 35 laps for the Pro Stocks, and starting on the pole out of Dorchester, Massachusetts, the 00 for John Dabrowski. Outside of Dabrowski, out of Raynham, Massachusetts, the J&J Diecast, Raynham Tool and Die, car number 28, it's Todd Henshaw. 2 rows back on the inside, the Legain Machine, J&B Equipment, car number 31, out of Pembroke, Massachusetts, it's Jeff Goodrow. And outside of Goodrow, out of Barrington, Rhode Island, in the Brando's Towing, car number 4, Mr. Excitement, Ray Alexander. Starting 5th on the field out of Westport, Mass, the Universal Ambulance. Subway at Seekonk, car number 2, give it up for Tom Scully. And outside of Scully out of Westport, Mass, the Furnace and Duct, car number 25. Big round of applause for Brian Souza. Jimmy Rosenfield will start 7th on the field out of Middleborough, Mass. He drives the Oak Point JRD Incorporated, car number 44. Outside of him, out of Derry, New Hampshire, the Palm Landscaping, Deandra Foods, Pontiac, car number 77 for Alan McClure. 5 rows back on the inside out of Westport, Massachusetts. Driving the Everett's Auto Parts Hydro Stop Roofing, car number 81, it's Bobby Tripp. Outside of Tripp, out of Swansea, Mass, the Baker Tractor Company, Interstate Diesel number 11, 3-time Pro Stock champion, it's Vinny Enruno. On the inside of row number 6, driving the J. Fisk Excavating, Gary S. Sager Builders, Almeida Construction number 02, out of Seekonk, Mass, it's Matt Dewey. Outside of Dewey, out of North Dartmouth, Massachusetts, driving the BOC Gases, New England Tractor Trailer Training School, car number 41, our 1987 Pro Stock champion, it's Lenny Ellis. Lucky 13th on the field out of Somerset, Mass, driving the Viveris Insurance, Level Glass, car number 46, out of Somerset, Mass, it's the Shark, Chad Chase. And outside of Chase, out of Westport, Mass, driving the G. Lopes Construction 3V Performance Racing Engines, car number 24, 4-time and defending track champion, it's Radical Rick Martin. Westport, Mass, brings us this third seasoned Pro Stock driver, driving the Aralco Electric Rainbow Rentals car number 95 out of Westport, Mass. A big round of applause for Billy Manchester. Outside of Manchester, out of Berkeley, Massachusetts, driving the J&R Precast Precision Racing Engines car number 1, it's Dick Houlihan. 17th on the field out of Warwick, Rhode Island. He's the 1982 Pro Stock champion. Driving the Tantasia Tanning Studios Rhode Island Drive Shaft car number 99, it's Neon Wayne Dion. And outside of Dion, out of Westport, Mass, our current points leader in the NASCAR Weekly Racing Series Pro Stocks in the New England Recycling Acme Sanitation car number 14, it's Flying Freddie Estelle. Cox Communications and RSO.com bring us this next driver out of South Attleboro, Mass. Running for Rookie of the Year honors in car number 38, it's Keith Morrow. And outside of Morrow, out of Seekonk, Mass, the sponsor wanted car number 87 for Mike Caballero. 21st on the field out of East Taunton, Mass. For Poirier Motorsports, Pontiac car number 44 for Dave Poirier. And outside of Poirier, in the number 20 is Skip Shoemaker. Final row on the inside out of Manville, Rhode Island, the number 27 for Danny Ganache. And starting scratch on the field out of Cranston, Rhode Island. And the rollaway disposal, Huff Street Auto Center, Reynolds Auto Wrecking car number 12, former sportsman champion, it's Bobby Bowen Jr. That is the way. Our 35-lap post-stop main event is scheduled to go. Coming into the event, Freddie Estelle leads the contingent for the point standings coming into tonight. Billy Manchester, Rick Martin, Wayne Dion, and Chad Chase round out the top 5, who will be coming home with the gold here tonight. 2 drivers have visited Victory Lane more than once. Wayne Dion has visited Victory Lane 3 times, Rick Martin twice, Dick Houlihan twice. Sorry, that's 3 drivers. Freddie Estelle also has a win, so does Chad Chase, so does Bobby Tripp. That's all the winners in 2000. Complete. The drivers are ready to roll. Brian Souza has elected to start at the rear of the field after last week's incident. Wants to make sure the car is okay. Doesn't want to get in anybody's way. And he's showing why he is the defending sportsman champion. If you remember last Saturday night, he took a wild ride spinning up in the air over the 44 of Jimmy Rosenfield, landed flat on the racetrack and slid up into the outside retaining wall. Got the car complete just in time to come racing tonight. Didn't get any practice and just wants to make sure the car was okay. Bill gets the punch green flag, and next time by, look for him to go. As Alan McClure jumps out of line to get into his restart position, which would be on the inside of row number 4. And we'll go one more time as they sort out the lineup. Bring them down. 35 laps the distance for NASCAR Weekly Racing Series Pro Stock. For the PLC Gases 35 lap main event off of turn number 4. He looks at the green, and Nebraska gets to jump over underway.
Nebraska wins it going through the turn. The world champ number 31 fouls right in behind into second spot. Tom Scully Jr. and Todd Henshaw. We're going side by side as the field dives down into turn number 3. Alan McClure rounds out in the top 5 as the bound Speedway.
As they hit turn comes Henshaw on the outside trying to hang on. But the 77 of McClure gets a run down the bottom. He takes over fourth spot. Bobby Tripp in two. Let's make it 3-1.
Bobby Tripp on the inside of the number 28 of Todd Henshaw. Henshaw out on the outside, following the number 77 of Alan McClure. McClure smoking a little bit off the back bumper of that one. He's got on the body that right rear tire. We don't know if he's going to get a black flag. Trouble now with turn number 1. Julian Manchester, the number 87 of Mike Caballero. He gets turned around. They keep on going. The green flag continues to slide out.
McClure has the right rear tire rubbing against the body. That body is pumped back out, and he will continue on as there's no more smoke there. Off front battle for the lead. Billy Goodrow in the 31. That's Jeff Goodrow after the 41 takes it to the outside. John Dabrowski, Tom Scully is there. The 81 of Bobby Tripp up to fourth as Vinny Anarumo runs on the top 5.
Good run for Vinny Anarumo. He now rounds out your top 5. He's got the 81. Bobby Tripp right in front of him. However, it was a good battle for the second spot between the number 2 of Tom Scully and the 31 of Jeff Goodrow. Goodrow up on the high side with Scully on the bottom. They cross the line. 2 out 2.
Position number 2, Scully on the bottom. Goodrow on the outside. They're coming up against Rick Shoemaker. Not on the top side. Lets the field go right. He's going to hit pit side. Jeff Goodrow on the outside. The 31. Trying to get over to second as he works that outside. Moves Scully down to the bottom. And while they're racing, that allows the 81 of Bobby Tripp and the 11 of Vinny Anarumo to catch the top 3.
It's a battle up in the front of the field among the top 5 and top 5 cars. You can put a winner of Lincoln. John Dabrowski continues to lead the way. Tom Scully, Dennis Goodrow, Tripp, and the number 11 of Vinny Anarumo. Anarumo now following the number 81 on the bottom side. So they're the man of the front. Alan McClure, the number 77, gets a little bit sideways, and capitalizing on him losing ground is the number 24 of Radical Rick Martin.
Three of the starters, Pro Stocks in New England, racing the outside, trying to catch the front of the field. The 24 of Rick Martin, the 99 of Wayne Dion, and the 14 of Freddie Staples on the back straightaway. McClure got sideways, everybody chopped off on the brakes, but we continue rolling after a game of rubber tag.
Everybody checks up and they check on the riders. Luckily, there was no contact that was made out there. And the number 77 of Alan McClure continues to hold the number 41 of Vinny Riverside Bay. However, Ellis now comes to the outside of McClure as they come down the front straightaway. A battle up in front between your top 5 cars as Vinny Anarumo got past Jeff Goodrow to try to make his way up into the number 81 of John Tripp. Now comes off the second corner, leading Anarumo as they dive down into turn number 3.
14 laps on the rookie books, make that 15 now as the 4 of Barrington Rylands rounds and a pin to the front straightaway. The 77 of McClure goes around. The 38 of Keith Miller with nowhere to go makes a little bit of contact, but the second caution with 14 laps complete comes out of the racetrack. And what I was just about to say, as the caution flag came out with John Dabrowski out front, with the race going green to checker, if it went that way, it would have been very difficult for anybody to try to catch him. Bobby Tripp and Vinny Anarumo were closing in, but they were not able to make a serious run. Neither was the 2 of Tom Scully, and Alan McClure upset with the 1 of Dick Houlihan as they get together down in turn number 1. So McClure climbs out of his race car as the NASCAR officials close in, and McClure having a word with Dick Houlihan. Houlihan started off the 2000 season, one of the fastest cars out on the racetrack, and Lady Luck has kind of jumped out of his bandwagon, as the last several weeks have not been kind to the Berkeley, Massachusetts native, and tonight being no exception. Well, Alan McClure has been told by the NASCAR officials that his evening is complete for a little aggressiveness down on the racetrack, and we'll see if the damage is severe enough to hamper the 1 of Dick Houlihan as well. So sorting out the lineup now, John Dabrowski with a good run at the front of the field, running his first full season here at the Seekonk Speedway in a pro stock. He's come down for our open competition events for the past several seasons. And well, last year at our T. Anthony Vendetti Memorial event, he hit the wall hard. As a matter of fact, hard enough to virtually destroy the race car. So he spent the winter searching, and late in the season, a longtime pro stock competitor decided to move to Florida. Rich Caparco up and sold all his racing equipment. Well, that's the car that is out front right now. The 00 is the same car that Rich Caparco put together for last year. Ran it a few times, had minimal success at it, but a couple of good runs. And Dabrowski trying to put that car through its paces now at the front of the field. So Dick Houlihan, his car is okay to run. Well, the one of Dick Houlihan will get his racing position back after that skirmish. He did not bring out the yellow. That incident did not bring out the yellow. That was after the caution flag, and a little aggressiveness on the 77's end. And so Dick Houlihan will get his running position back where he was running just inside the top 10. A double up signal, and we should be going green within the next lap or two, as John Dabrowski and Tom Scully will bring him down for the green flag. Bobby Tripp, Vinny Inarumo, row number 2, Jeff Goodrow, and Rick Martin, row number 3, Wayne Dion, Freddie Estelle, Dick Houlihan, and Lenny Ellis rounds out the top 10. Eddie Martin gives the field the run-to-go signal. The caution light goes on around the racetrack as we get ready to go one more time. 14 laps have been complete, 21 laps remain in this 35-lap POC Gases Pro Stock main event.
Well, the big question here now is, can John Dabrowski hold on? He's got some strong challengers behind him, including Bobby Tripp, Vinny Inarumo, and of course Radical Rick Martin, Neon Wayne Dion, Freddie Estelle, Lenny Ellis, and the number 1 of Dick Houlihan. You've got some of the best and most talented pro stock drivers that are in the Northeast out there right now on the track. And Tom Scully Jr. sits on the outside of row number 1. It's going to be a dogfight at the start of the feature event when we go back to green.
Well, Dave Alburn, our head tech inspector for the Weekly Racing Series Pro Stocks, takes a look at Dick Houlihan's number 1 to make sure that there are no problems, nothing rubbing up against a tire, no fluid leaking off that machine. He heads back up into his post, and it looks like he'll be okay, but it looks like he may need a push to get refired. Dick Houlihan's number 1, or he may be waiting for the field to come back around. So we'll stay under caution one more time. That delay was to check out the 1 of Houlihan. So when Houlihan stopped, yep, there he goes. He gets it rolling. He'll join right in line just behind Wayne Dion and just underneath the 41 of Lenny Ellis. He'll sit back in line in the J&R Precast Pontiac number 1. So the field is set. Caution lights are out. Look for the green next time by. 14 down. 21 laps remain. John Dabrowski in the 00. Tom Scully in the 2. Dabrowski looking for his first ever win here at the Seekonk Speedway. Tom Scully has 1 pro stock win to his career credit. Will he make it number 2 tonight? He's got Bobby Tripp and Vinny Inarumo in row number 2. As we get ready to go off for turn number 4, Eddie Moran looks him down. Dabrowski a little bit edgy, gets the jump. Green flag is out. Here comes Bobby Tripp down to the inside.
Well, Tom Scully gets caught slipping at the switches. Dabrowski gets the advantage on the restart. Bobby Tripp now looks underneath Dabrowski in the lower bow down at the turn number 3. Tripp now on the bottom, shuffling Dabrowski up the high side. However, the ball out at the turn number 1, and Dabrowski slams it off.
Dabrowski leads the pack off the second corner. Good race there for the lead. Scully working the outside. The white number 2 trying to hang on to the leaders as they come off of turn number 4. Bobby Tripp easing his way up in the second behind him. Morgan up to 5th, Estelle up to 6th. Goodrow 7th, Dion 8th as he works the outside lane.
Vinny Inarumo sitting back there watching all this happen in front of him. He's Scully shuffled up on the high side, and Anaheim was trying to stick his nose in there. However, Scully is hanging tough as he's going down out of the road with the other turtle box now, 81 up Bobby Tripp.
Tripp edges on into the second running position. Scully falls back to third. Tries to shut the door. Vinny Anaheim's already got his foot in it. He'll stay down to the bottom. Scully up on the outside. Off the corner they come. Now Martin tries to put his car into the chase down to the inside. As the inside rail is moving, Jeff Cooper now to the inside of Scully. Freddie Estelle gets caught on the outside. Dion shuffles right behind the one of overhead as they start to move through.
One rider that's come out of the fray that we haven't spoken about, but he sits inside the top five, is the Two Ropes Construction number 24 Radical Rick Martin. He goes to the outside of Vinny Anarumo as Anarumo comes off the fourth corner. Rick Martin now flies down into turn number one, looking for a lane to try to get past the driver in the black 11. Now he scissors him in the middle of the corner. Trouble in turn number 4. Danny Garache turned around in the number 27.
Sits in the middle of the racetrack, so the third caution event of this event comes out on the racetrack just past the halfway point in this BOC Gases 35-lap main event. 20 laps have been complete, 15 laps still remain. John Dabrowski, how about a tip of the hat to him, as he has been running like a bear. He took the lead on the initial green and has been able to hold it off every time. And how about the jump he got last time? Able to hold off Bobby Tripp even after Tripp got a run on the inside. Was able to shut the door and able to hold off the field. But look who's up to fourth, Rick Martin. Fifth will be Freddie Estelle as they start to line up. This is what New England Pro Stock is all about. As our chief starter, Eddie Morin, goes trackside to have a word with John Dabrowski to remind him where the starting line is. That's the right line off the tunnel. John's been a little quick on the gun each time, and this will be the one warning he receives. Now, if you like the Pro Stock racing here at the birthplace of Pro Stocks back in 1978, don't let anybody else fool you. This was the birthplace of these Pro Stocks, 1978, here at the Seekonk Speedway. Well, if you like the Pro Stock racing action, be sure to be on hand in just 2 weeks. On August 19th, a Saturday night, should be a beautiful one like this is, twin 30 laps for the Pro Stocks. 2 reasons we're doing this. One, because we know you love Pro Stock racing. I know I do. And I'd sit through a dozen 30-lappers if I had to, if they could keep the cars in order for a dozen of them. Let me tell you about that another time. But twin 30-lappers on the 19th of August, twin 30-lappers on the first Friday night of September, September the 2nd, and on September the 9th, our final points race for the 2000 racing season, a 50-lap Pro Stock main event. That'll round out our point series for the 2000 racing season. But that's not all we have in store for you, because on Saturday night, September the 16th, we have brought a 100-lap open competition Pro Stock main event to you guys, to you folks, the fans. September the 16th, 100 green flag laps. Caution laps do not count. Only when a NASCAR touring series comes in, like the Feather Light Modified Series or the Busch North Series. They count cautions, we don't, because we want to give you all the best racing we can. That'll be on the 16th of September. The following week, on the 23rd of September, the Sportsman Division get their 100-lap event. Some teams and some other folks have been lobbying that event for a long time. As the Sportsman Division has proved, 50-lappers, good races, but not good enough. So on the 16th of September, the Sportsman Division get their own open competition, 100-lap open event. That's the Saturday night, September the 16th, September the 23rd, and also on that night, the Street Stocks will be going 50 laps for an open competition event. Now, these events are not taking over for the DAV. That's still coming up in October, again with a 100-lap open competition Pro Stock race, and a lot more for that weekend. Traditionally, one of the best racing weekends in New England. That's on October 7th, the 8th. You'll want to be down for that, free camping for that weekend, but that's our final full racing event for the season. We don't want to talk about that just yet, because that means the end of the season is near, and we don't want to talk about that since it seems like the beginning of the season just started.
all these added events that are here at the Seekonk Speedway are very major attractions. They are fun to sit through and watch. I like racing just as much as anyone else, and of course, as you know, the big weekend, of course, the DAV Memorial that takes place here on October 7th and 8th is always a great attraction. We've got a full card of racing on hand, including some other touring divisions that come from out of town. And as you know, Kevin said, camping right here at the Seekonk Speedway. And Kevin, each year that I come here for the DAV Memorial, you can always find me parked in the family camper right over in the grassy area off the side of the Speedway.
Well, that's October. This is August, and we're ready to roll. 20 laps complete, 15 laps remain in this BOC Gases NASCAR Weekly Racing Series Pro Stock main event. John Dabrowski and Bobby Tripp on the front row. Rick Martin and Vinny Anarumo, row number 2. Anarumo on the inside, Martin up high as we get ready to roll. This time, Dabrowski frames a strip, even off the corner, drag racing down the front straightaway.
Side by side, from the turn of the turn around, Tripp has got the advantage as they come off of turn number 2. Dabrowski gets shuffled back to second spot, gets a little tap from behind from the number 11 of Vinny Anarumo. Capitalizing on that is the number 24 of G-Lips Construction out of the rear.
Martin is up to second, takes a look to the outside of Bobby Tripp. This could be a classic as Dick Houlihan and Freddie Estelle working their way on the outside. Off of 4, double line for the lead. Martin on the outside, Tripp on the inside, even as they hit the stripe.
So back 2, throw one with the door handle. Tripp and Martin. Martin now goes up to the high side of the Speedway. Rosenfield loses it in the middle of the backstretch. Sparks 5, the number 46 of Chad Chase also involved, as is the number 28 of Todd Henshaw. He loops it in turn number 3. The yellow flag flies, and Chase is able to drive away.
Chase pulls away under his own power, backs up. Skip Shoemaker back out of the pit area. The 28 of Todd Henshaw is involved, and one car remains over there, that being the 44 of Jimmy Rosenfield. He backs it off now, and he'll have to take that car pit side. It looks like he's got a left rear tire that has gone down, and that'll put him to the rear of the field once they get that taken care of. 22 laps have been complete now. We've still got 13 laps remain in this 40-lap main event for the NASCAR Weekly Racing Series Pro Stocks. Remember, we do go back to the last completed green flag lap. Bobby Tripp and Rick Martin will be 1 and 2, and we'll have to wait for the scorers to let us know who's going to be behind them in line. Don't go away yet. We've still got 2 racing events left on the docket. We've got the Formula 4s next on the grid, and we'll follow it up with the Excel Charger Street Stocks to round out tonight's racing action. Next Saturday night, back on hand, a full night of racing as well, as Atlantic Coast Old Timers will be on hand along with the Baby Grands. 2 weeks from tonight, Zeke's Custom Auto will be on hand to present the Hard Charger Awards for the 2000 racing season. And of course, like we said, twin 30-lap main events for the NASCAR Weekly Racing Series Pro Stocks. Copy Trust will be on hand with us for our Street Stock special on the 26th of August. And September, well, what can we tell you about September then? It's a full week, full month of racing. The 2nd, of course, we've got a full night of racing with twin 30 laps for the Pro Stocks. We told you about that. Formula 4s will be off on that night, but they'll be here on the 3rd. Of course, like we do every year, our Labor Day celebration, just like we do on the 4th of July. Our 8-in-1 spectacular with spectator drags. We've got Formula 4s racing, Powder Puff racing, Figure 8s, of course. Can't have an event like that without the Figure 8 racing. Some of the best fireworks this side of the Pacific. And, of course, a 100-car demolition derby. That's on when? Sunday, September the 3rd. Sunday, September the 3rd. You want to be on hand for that event. Always a special treat for the fans.
All 4 corner lights are out around the Speedway. This lets the drivers know that the next time by, when they hit the stripe, the green flag will be in the air. Bobby Tripp in the Everett's Auto Parts, Blanchette's Boutique, Hydrostop, roofing number 81 is your point man. He is the leader. Alongside for the ride, Radical Rick Martin in the G-Lopes Construction number 24. And coming up through the field is the JNR Precast number 1 of Dick Houlihan. He sits third on the field. We're going to get set to go back to green. They start to pick up the throttle. The green flag flies. Tripp gets a jump on the racetrack.
Tripp gets the jump back, gets caught slipping just a little bit. Here comes Houlihan down to the inside. The 14 of Freddie Estelle rounds out the top four now as the double zero of John Dabrowski starts to get inside. Jeff gets a run underneath. Neal's right there as well as he tries to climb his way through the traffic.
Good battle up in the front of the field between the top four of Tripp, Martin, Houlihan, and Freddie Estelle. Estelle now sits fourth on the field. He is leading the points as they all go down into turns number 1 and 2. Now we're bumper to bumper as they all go down the back straightaway.
Into 3 and 4, now freight train to the top four. Martin sets the pace. Tripp in second. Houlihan. Estelle fourth. Here comes Neal. Got to get out of the way. Wait for me, guys. Here I come as he battles with Jeff Goodrow in the 31.
Theon gets underneath Goodrow. He's going to make his way up into the top 5, but going up to the high side of the speedway, really had to work the top line. It's the number 1 of Dick Houlihan in that distance chassis, number 1, as he's got Freddie Estelle underneath him. They go down into turn number 3 and 4, and the Northeast Motorsports, the New Recycling number 14 of Freddie Estelle is trying to nose his way in there to get past Dick Houlihan and Bobby Tripp.
Houlihan lifted up the racetrack to take a crack at the second groove, but it bit him as the 14 of Estelle takes a look out of the inside. Now Houlihan starts to pull him up. He battles with the middle. Keith Burrow slides down to the infield as Danny Gamache hits pit side in the 27. Up front battle for second off of 4. Houlihan on the outside. The yellow number 1 Pontiac works with the Chevrolet. Number 80, Walter Bobby Tripp. Here comes Neal. He's from the top 5.
The front position is from second on back between Houlihan, the 81 of Tripp, Estelle, and the 99 of Dion Wayne Dion. 5 laps to go, ladies and gentlemen. Just 5 more laps. With this VLC gas is pro stock 35. That finds Radical Rick Martin out in front with each and every lap that goes by. He's extending his brake lead, but right now, on a breakaway, is the JR Breakcast number 1 of Dick Houlihan.
Trying to catch the top of the field with the place in. Red flag out to the 95 Manchester. 3 cars together. Manchester, the 28 of Henshaw, the 44 of Rosenfield, and the 87 of Mike Cavallaro. That'll close up the field with just 5 laps to go. So 4 cars involved there. Billy Manchester was getting the black flag for the right side body panel hanging off that machine. So Rosenfield will join the rear of the field. 31 complete, 4 laps remain. This will bunch up. And unlike the Sportsman event, this one will not be a walk-away. Martin will have to work for it, as he will have Dick Houlihan starting on the outside, Bobby Tripp behind, Freddie Estelle, Wayne Dion rounding out the top 5 as the best of the best, with Vinny Rumo 6th on the field or at the top of the grid.
Well, as they say, Kevin, the proverbial green is rising to the top with track champion Radical Rick Martin leading the way. The JNR Precast number 1 of Dick Houlihan second. Bobby Tripp, Freddie Estelle, Neon Wayne Dion, Vinny Rumo, and the number 31 of Jeff Goodrow. Good run for Jeff Goodrow. He's hung around the top 5. We're just out of the top 5 all race long. He's put together a very solid run tonight.
Goodrow has really struggled over the past season and a half in the pro stock, trying to get a handle and get comfortable behind the wheel of that machine. It looks like the last couple of weeks it has finally come to fruit, as he is sliding back just a little bit. But look at some of the drivers who have gone by. Rick Martin, Bobby Tripp, Dick Houlihan, Wayne Dion, Freddie Estelle, Vinny Rumo, and the 25 of Brian Souza have all gone by. Goodrow has been able to hold on with that 31. He's been passed on the inside and on the outside. Has been giving the drivers the room they need to go by and not giving them a good fight, but a clean fight. And that's the important part. That's how you gain respect from these drivers as you try to get some more experience. Field is all set. 31 down, 4 to go in the BLC Gases NASCAR Weekly Racing Series 35 lap main event for the pro stocks. Field gets the double up signal. Look for the green when they come back around.
double wide formation, nose to tail, down the back straightaway. Rick Martin and the run of Dick Houlihan to bring him down. They're going to go one more time under caution. We'll get the green next time with 31 complete this time. 4 laps to go.
Points as they go into this week of racing here at the Seekonk Speedway. Freddie Estelle sits atop the heat with 541 points. Then it's Billy Manchester. Unfortunately, he may slip just a little bit to Freddie Estelle. He's in second with 514 points. Rick Martin sits third with 499 points and 2 wins to his credit. Wayne Dion sits right behind him in fourth spot with 485 points and 3 wins to his credit. And rounding out the top 5, the Viveros Insurance, number 4, with 471 points, the number 46 of Chad Chase. We're getting ready. All 4 corner lights are out around the speedway. The field's going to start to pick up the throttle in the hotline. In turn number 3, the green flag flies and we're underway.
Robin Tripp gets a run underneath Dick Houlihan. Here comes Dion on the inside. Looking for a top 3 as Hooley drifts back just a little bit. Off the corner 3 more times around. Does anybody have anything but Richard Freddie now through the needle as Hooley got picked up 3 wide for just a second. He's got a problem on the number 1. Vinny Anderberg gets by as well.
Top break for the number 1, Dick Houlihan, as the 2-lap signal comes out. The battle right now on the track between 99 and Dion and the 14 of Freddie Estelle. As they all go down the back straightaway, Estelle and Dion are side by side. The white flag flies one more time. A 1/3 of a mile around the speedway for Radical Rick Martin.
The key is going to be Bobby Tripp for the race for second and third. Down the back straightaway, Martin rolls off the 4. Checkered flag is out. Radical Rick Martin takes down the win. Second will be the 81. Third, the 14 of Estelle. Fourth will be the 99 of Dion with the 11 of Anarumo rounding out the top 5. But taking down the win. One more time in the 2000 racing season. Win number 3 on the season. Out of Westport, Massachusetts, the G-Lopes Construction, New England Recycling, Power Mist Racing Fuels, 3V Performance Racing Engines, car number 24. How about a big round of applause for Radical Rick Martin? With a problem in his double 0. He'll need to push back to the pit area. And that's a tough break as he raced hard all evening long. Led a lot of the race. But a good run for Martin as he takes down win number 3 on the season. Looking for his 5th Pro Stock Championship in 2000. He's got to climb a little bit. As he sits third, it'll help that the 95 of Billy Manchester had a problem. Was able to pull away from Wayne Dion just a little bit more as Dion finished 4th. Freddie Estelle finished 3rd, so Martin will gain on him, but not too much. Still 2 more feature events left on the docket. Don't go away yet. The Formula 4s have always been exciting, and of course, the Excel Charger Street Stocks will round out the night. Hanging out the window on his victory lap, cruising around the speedway. How about that? You think he knows how to drive a Pro Stock? And he's got to turn the wheel sometime soon. Rick, watch out for the wall.
Always the showman. A multi-time track champion here at the Seekonk Speedway, probably turning the steering wheel with his right leg, is the G-Lopes Construction Northeast Motorsports number 24. Radical Rick Martin, ladies and gentlemen, knows how to play to a crowd.
Playing to a crowd in victory lane as he heads up there for win number 3 on the 2000 racing season. Head on up there and celebrate with Martin. The Formula 4s rolling out onto the racetrack now for their 15-lap main event.
next feature rolling out onto the track will be the Seekonk Speedway Formula 4 class, and starting on the pole. Out of Chepachet, Rhode Island, it's the number 20 for Derek Robertson. On the outside of row number 1. Out of North Kingstown, Rhode Island, the number 11 for Mike Chatterley. Paul Peon will roll off next. He sits in third out of Pawtucket, Rhode Island, in the number 0. On the outside of row number 2, it'll be John Avila from Buzzards Bay, Massachusetts, the engine by Benz, number 7. Joey Silver will roll off next, the C&G rigging, number 36, and on the outside of him, Acushnet, Massachusetts, number 42, for Lance Canberra. Bob Broder will roll off next. He's in the Northeast Motorsports Racing Collectibles, number 13. And on the outside of him, it'll be Bill Battone with the number 51, the Wings to Go of East Providence entry. The 9th position on the inside. He's been the impressive rookie here in the Formula 4 class, the East Coast Collision, number 27, for Peter Donato. And on the outside of him, driving the number 86, the Damon's Hardware entry for Bill Clyde Caswell out of Jamestown, Rhode Island. Adam Simmons will roll off next in the 17th spot, in the 11th position. On the outside of him in the 12th spot, the number 00 for South Attleboro's Josh Hawkins. The 13th position on the inside will find the number 01 for Todd Gasson. And on the outside of him in the 14th spot will be Liquid Lee Hayes, the Sprague's Auto Repair, number 10 from Fall River, Massachusetts. Ryan Benson will roll off next out of West Warwick, Rhode Island, in the Sprague's entry, the number 8 car. On the outside of him, Big Steam Mike Broder in the Peter Van Tile, number 9. The 17th position finds the number 35 of Danny Perry out of Cranston, Rhode Island. On the outside of him, it'll be Benny Warren out of Yarmouth, Massachusetts, in the number 88. The 19th position finds the 85 of Mike Vaines out of Seekonk, Massachusetts. And on the outside of him, the number 70 of Steve Cromwell out of New Bedford, Massachusetts. The 23rd position will be Tim Ferrand out of Rochester, Massachusetts, the Aurora Salon entry. On the outside of Tim Ferrand, in the number 02, Somerset, Massachusetts, Kyle Casper. The 23rd spot on the inside finds Seekonk, Massachusetts, Stacy Dias in the number 49. On the outside of Dias, in the number 94 from Portsmouth, Rhode Island, is James Risinger. On the inside, in the 25th spot, it'll be the 29 of Dane Saratelli, and rounding out the field, the 14 of Sean Tetra. As we get the green flag, Derek Robinson leads it down into turn number 1. He gets a little bit sideways. Mike Chatterley pulls up on the outside of him to try to take the lead.
Down into turn number 1, Chatterley edges out in front of Robertson, a little bit sideways there. Robertson lets him collect the full field, and look at Chatterley with the white number 7. He runs fourth on the outside with Joe Silver on the inside and the white and blue 36.
Silver rounds out your top 5, but Avila moves to the outside, diving down into turn number 3. Good 2-car battle though for the 2nd spot out on the track between Derek Robertson and Paul Peon in the number 0.
Down off the back straight, Peon works the outside, Robertson down low. That's a battle for position number 2. Deep in the back, look who's coming in, coming fast. Todd Gosson in the 01, Liquid Lee Hayes behind. Donato gets into the 42, Cameron gets eyes. Josh Hawkins involved in that one. He's got a right front flat tire. Michael Vaines also involved with that. And first caution of the event is out.
Mike Vaines in the A1 Foreign Auto, number 85, center punches the number 42 of Lance Canberra. Canberra took one hard shot from 2 sides, one in the rear and one in the door, as he finds himself now parked on the front straightaway. Both of those drivers out of the event. They're getting ready to climb out of their cars. Luckily, both of the drivers are okay.
That was a hard hit as well, and the heartbreaker has got to be Josh Hawkins, the 00. Running for Rookie of the Year honors, but even better than that, comes into tonight's racing action, leading the point standings. Actually tied with Mike Broder, but you put him on top, and well, that's going to hurt him, as Mike Broder, tied with the points lead, sits outside the top 10 right now, right behind his 2 teammates. Dan Perry sits 3rd coming into tonight, 8 points back, 316 to 304. 4th is Lee Hayes with 302 and with 272 points. Michael Vaines in the 85. Mike Vaines driving the car that has brought Bill Prisco to the past 2 track championships in the Formula 4 division. And tonight, Josh Hawkins' chance at doing what Billy Prisco did 2 years ago, Rookie of the Year honors and track champion. Well, that's going to hurt him. We'll see if he can get that tire changed and back out onto the racetrack and get that taken care of. Lance Campbell looking over the damage on his number 42 machine.
So rookie, impressive rookie, Peter Donato, parked up at the top of turn number 3 in the East Coast Collision, sponsored number 27. Sitting there parked, don't know if he's talking to a crew member on the other side of the fence. However, he does sit up at the top of the track. One of the officials is down there in turn number 3 and 4. A wrecker now going out to retrieve the impressive rookie driver, the number 27. But as it stands right now, your leader is Mike Chatterley, being followed by Derek Robertson. Then it's Paul Peon and Joey Silva. Right behind him, rounding out your top 5, he won a feature event here earlier in the season, the number 7 of John Avila.
So Double D doing double duty there on the main straightaway as Michael Vaines gets towed back into the pits, and Lance Canberra will follow suit as a lot of speedy dry gets put down on the racetrack, and a lot of fluid still coming out of the 85 of Mike Vaines as he gets towed into the pit area. So working our first caution, 2 laps are complete. 13 laps still remain. So the cleanup just about complete on the main straightaway as Lance Canberra's machine will get towed back into the pit area. Don't forget, full month of racing in August and September. And our final event for the 2000 racing season, of course, comes on Sunday, October the 29th. Our second annual Halloween Enduro with the Mini Cups, Baby Grands, we'll have spectator drags, street stocks, and Formula 4s in an open competition event on that day. That's the end of October. The DAV is the 7th and 8th of October. September, twin 30-lap pro stock races on the 2nd, 50-lap race on the 9th, and a 100-lap race on the 16th. So a lot of pro stock racing coming up in September. In August, pro stocks going 35 laps next week, 60 laps in 2 weeks, and 35 laps a week the following week. All right, let's get back to some racing action. Mike Chatterley will bring him down. Derek Robertson on the front row, Paul Peon and Joey Silva on row number 2. Roll off a 4 green flag, back out, rookie, let them roll and 2 on.
Chatterley gets the advantage going down into turn number 1. Paul Peon trying to stay right in the back bumper, the green number 11 of Chatterley. However, Derek Robertson challenging hard on the outside. He is fighting for that second spot with Paul Peon in the 0. But right behind him is the number 0, Warnock, that throws it up on the high side of Joey Silva. Now 3 wide going down into turn number 1 goes Liquid Lee Hayes in the number 10.
The 7, he goes around. He keeps that machine rolling, but not before the caution flag comes out. Steve Cromwell spinning in turn number 4, bringing out the second caution, and the 88, whoa, spinning out after the caution flag. The 88 spins over in turn number 4. He keeps it rolling, but the caution flag had already came out. So Lenny Warren will rejoin the field. So no laps were complete there, still 2 laps complete, and the field was being told over the one-way radio that get back into your last restart formation, except for the 17 of Brightman, who heads pit side in that machine. Excuse me, Adam Simmons in the 17, heading pit side. Gosson over there in turn number 4 needs a bit of a push start, as that car will not refire, so we need Double D to come on down onto turn number 4 to get that machine fired up. There he goes. As they sort out the lineup, and we should go back to some green flag racing, probably about 2 laps. Don't forget, Wednesday night, we're on hand, a spectator drag invitational, and the invitation is open to anybody. 100 cars guaranteed Wednesday night, this Wednesday, the 9th of August. Along with that, the New England Dodge Legend cars will be on hand. The Formula 4s will be racing, and a school bus demolition derby. The same 4 you saw in a drag race, or a catch-em-up, actually, if you will be here to destroy themselves before your very eyes. That's Wednesday night. Action starts at 7. Right now, action starts now as they get ready to roll off a 4. Chatterley Robertson hit the throttle. Green flag is out. They roll down into turn number 1. Double ride for the lead.
2 round 2, going down into turn number 1. Paul Peon up on the back bumper of Mike Chatterley, trying to put a challenge to the leader, the number 20 of Derek Robertson, side by side. With Mike Chatterley, they go down into turn number 3. Chatterley has the advantage as they make their way off the 4th corner. They go down into turn number 1, and leading the way is the green number 11 of Mike Chatterley. Good battle though for second one back between Derek Robertson, Paul Peon, John Avila, the 10 of Liquid Lee Hayes, and the number 36 of Joey Silva. They also off the 4th corner. Liquid Lee Hayes looking to go to the bottom of John Avila as they go down into turn number 1. Contact now. The number 20 of Robertson gets turned around. Hayes loses ground, and Mike Chatterley continues to lead the event. The yellow flag flies on the field that finds the number 20 of Derek Robertson turned around.
Laps complete now as we resort the lineup. Tough break for Derek Robertson, run at the front of the field after contact was made with the 10 of Hayes. So Mike Chatterley, Paul Peon, the 7 of Mike Avila, Lee Hayes, and the 8 of Brian Vincent will round out the top 5. Vincent back after a 1-week sabbatical. Set 10 of Lee Hayes being put back 4 positions for rough riding. So penalizations have been coming down forthright from our race director. So 4 laps complete, 11 laps remain, and this BOC Gases 15-lap Formula 4 main event. Mike Chatterley, Paul Peon, John Avila, Joey Silva, the 8 of Brian Vincent, the 86 of Bill Caswell, roll off at turn number 4. The green is out. They roll under the start-finish line. Chatterley leads them down into turn number 1.
Chatterley around the bottom of the speedway leads it, and Paul Peon up on the high side. They're side by side. They go down the back straightaway. Everyone's starting to scramble at the front of the field, and Liquid Lee Hayes mounting a charge surrounded by all of his Sprague's racing roommates.
Sprague, Lieutenant Hayes works 2-3 wide as they run 5th, 6th, and 7th, but the battle for the lead is hot and heavy. Paul Peon on the outside, the orange and white 0 leads the pack now off of turn number 4 across the strike. Chatterley back to 2nd, 3rd is Avila Vincent, and the 9 of Mike Broder rounds out the top 5. Hayes, Caswell, Gosson, Silva, and Perry round out the top 10. We're coming off a 4. We're at the halfway point.
Peon showing the way as they are about 5 down into turn number 1. Mike Chatterley and John Avila out on his tail. However, we've got a good 3-car battle between Brian Vincent, Mike Broder, and the number 10 of Liquid Lee Hayes. Contact right there between teammates as Vincent gets one in a tap from behind by the number 10 of Liquid Lee Hayes. Now he gets another tap once again from Lee Hayes as Hayes comes on the 5th spot.
Hayes on a tear and ripping his way to the front of the field as he runs 5th on the grid. Paul Peon sets the pace. Hayes gets a break from the starter, letting him know he's being watched like a hawk down the back straightaway. Peon, the orange and white 0, the Dodge sets the pace. 2nd is the 11 of Chatterley. 3rd is the 7 of Avila. 4th is the 8 of Vincent. 5th the 10 of Hayes. Battle for 4th now as Hayes drops to the bottom. The 8 of Vincent works the outside.
Hayes now on the bottom. He gets past Brian Vincent, who won a feature event here earlier in the year. Now he comes up to the back bumper of John Avila as they go into turns number 3 and 4. Off turn 4, he's got a sight set on the right, number 7 of John Avila, as the field goes single file into turn 1 and 2.
Hayes closes up on Avila down the back straightaway, takes a look to the bottom. Avila has to leave the door open as Hayes is there. Off the corner they come, and that car sticks like glue coming off the corners. Into 1 and 2 we go. Down the back straightaway, Paul Peon with an 8-length lead over Mike Chatterley. Chatterley battles for 2nd now. Hayes squeezes in down the bottom and takes over 2nd. 2 to go. Does he have enough to catch Peon? Peon's in lap traffic.
2 more laps to go, and it's all going to matter right here because Peon has got some back markers in front of him. He gets past the number 29 with ease as they all go into turns number 3 and 4. Peon now on the bottom. The white flag comes out with 1 more lap to go. He gets past the back marker with number 39. However, that's given him a little bit of time for the number 10 to catch up to him. As they go down into turn number 3, Peon now feeling the pressure of Liquid Lee Hayes, but it's not going to matter as they come across the line. Paul Peon wins the feature event, followed by Liquid Lee Hayes. Then it's Mike Chatterley, the 7 of John Avila, and rounding out your top 5 is the number 8 of Brian Vincent.
Well, Paul Peon wins his first race in the Formula 4 races this season, and a good run in a dominating fashion, and this race was just long enough for him. And he gets caught in traffic there as he gets ready to come towards victory lane, stuck in traffic. If the car looks familiar, well, it should. That is the car that Ronnie Casto brought to victory lane so many times last season. and finished runner-up in the points. Paul Peon jumped at the opportunity when that car came available, and I don't think he knew he won. Paul Peon, ladies and gentlemen, out of Pawtucket, Rhode Island, our BLC Gases Formula 4 main event winner. A victory lane photograph on trackside for Paul Peon, the Firestone, Alpha page number 0, and a very happy driver. Congratulations, Paul, as he takes his first victory lap, a graduate from our Enduro division. Of course, we got Enduro racing coming up on Sunday, the 13th of August. That's next Sunday. But right now, the street stocks roll out onto the racetrack for their 20-lap main event, and Paul Peon again gets caught in with the traffic going into the pits. Now they let him by. Todd Gossin says, go ahead, winner. Head to victory lane. Paul Peon, how about a big round of applause for our Formula 4 feature winner?
The Sportsman feature is on the track and set to go. And starting on the pole, it's the Edgartown Coffee Shop number 49 of Alex Bernard. On the outside, it's the Custom Drywall Incorporated number 19 for Pistol Pete Simpson. The third spot finds the Nails by Vic number 7 of Rory Dias. On the outside, in the fourth position, it's the Motortech number 4 for West Horseball. Mike Vaness, the rookie, will roll off next in the K&D Designs number 30. And on the outside of him, the Phoenix Fire Alarm and Communications number 65 for Eddie Moniz. Tony Fowler will roll off next, the Cranston Rock Cover number 37. And on the outside of him, the number 06, the Motorsports.com number 06 for Steve Malcolm. The ninth position, on the inside, will be David Perry, number 7, number 25. On the 10th spot, will be Mark Ramos in the gold video number 12. The 11th position finds Robert Miller in number 26, the TLC cleaning entry. And on the outside of the 12th position will be Rich Canarell in this out of Seekonk, Massachusetts. The 13th spot finds the Bob Kitchens number 5 of Tom Furtado. And on the outside of Furtado, it'll be Bob Bittencourt number 24, the WL Shipment Company's entry. Deputy Jim Sevier will roll up next out of Middletown on Island of number 116. And on the outside of the 17th spot, it'll be Bobby Rose, the pit leader, the Bittencourt and Sons Excavating number 24. Reed Garber will roll up next in the number 29. He sits in the 17th position. And on the outside of him, impressive rookie TikTok featuring on winner this year, the number 9 of Brian Vaness. Al Clemens the third. Al Clemens the fourth will roll up in the 19th position. The LLC holding the repairs entry. And on the outside of him, Al Clemens the third in the number 20 out of Whitness, Massachusetts. The 24th spot finds the number 14 of Chris Reno, and the number 14 on the outside of him, it's Ted Reno, the number 22, Silly Robbery at the rear of the field. Cars will roll up next, the Tech Transportation 26th position of Jeremy Murray. 26 cars are going to stick the green. Alex Bernard and Pistol Pete Simpson are going to bring the field down. Roy Dias and Ross Horsfall make up row number 2. Mike Varas and Eddie Rodriguez make up row number 3. There's Johnny Sorrell and Steve Malkin. All of the drivers are set and ready to go. This is the third song of tonight's events, ladies and gentlemen. The Excel Charger Street Stocks are going to take the green in just a few moments. That gets the target that goes out on the racetrack. Alex Bernard, Pete Simpson in the front row. The 7th Roy Dias, the 3rd Will Johnson. What minutes in the 30? Eddie Moniz in the 65, the big number 37 for Johnny Sorrell, the 206 of Steve Malcolm. At 3 to ready to roll, the BLT gets his 20-lap lead. And double hands, a green flag comes out. Thundering down the front straight. Alex Bernard takes a lead into roll. The
turn, curvy shot, number 49, Alex Bernard leads the way. Pistol Pete Simpson holding tough on the outside. Good battle for the lead at the front of the field. Right at the start of the green peppy, Jim Sylvia finds himself parked in the infield. Top back for the driver in 116 as the yellow flag flies, and we're slowing the field down. Captain Frank comes out there, 116, and Jim Sylvia. Transmission problems that plagued him all evening long, so that'll put him at the rear if he can get that machine rolling. If not, it'll put him pit side in the last finisher in tonight's racing action. So it's up break for the 116, the Pittsburgh Paint. Middletown Hardware on the 116. As Double D jumps into duty to help. So there will be a complete restart. Zero complete. Three stars. Bobby Evans sits atop with 398 points and 3 wins to his credit. The JR Precast number 24. Jim Sylvia, who unfortunately finds himself parked in the infield right now in the number 116, has 356 points. And right behind him, Bob Betancourt, the number 21, 338 points, sitting fourth this time for Tato, the number 5.
And Bob Gurton. Very happy birthday, Russell. And Bob, glad you're here celebrating with us here this afternoon. Looks like Jim Sylvia's got that machine rolling, and hopefully he'll be able to rejoin at the rear. If not, he'll hit pit side. And it looks like Sylvia will head pit side in that 116.
Getting the signal to double them up, 2-by-2 formation, 2 abreast also, as they'll all start to roll down the back straightaway. Eddie Morin and Rocky Hudson are the 2 men with the plan. Up in the flag stand, that find Alex Bernard and Pistol Pete Simpson at the front of the field. They're going to start to pick up the throttle in the hotline. In turn number 3, the green flag flies. We're underway. Going down into turn number 1, Alex Bernard leads the way. Louis Dias in the number 7, fighting with Pistol Pete Simpson on the back straightaway. Good battle for second spot on back.
Double wide for position number 2. Dias takes that away. Mike Vaness trying to follow through on the inside as Russ Horsfall gets kicked up 3 wide off the 4. And Providence Jeremy Lilly spins off of turn number 4. Brian Connors in the 23 also involved. Lilly off the racetrack. Looks like we're going to stay green. The 49 of Bernard leads the pack off of turn number 4. Louis Dias, Mike Vaness in tow. Here comes Jody Cirillo in that bright orange 37, working the inside groove.
Jody Cirillo on the bottom. He sits just inside the top 5, fighting with Pistol Pete Simpson for that top 5 position. Simpson sits 5th. David Petty in the number 25 sits just outside the top 5. He gets pushed sideways off the 4th corner by Eddie Moniz in the number 65. Contact now out on the speedway. Moniz gets turned around. Everyone starts to stack up. And Moniz now rolls backwards into the infield. One car stuck on the back straightaway. Robert Mohan spins around, and the yellow flag comes out.
Throw laps are complete as we run our 4th caution of this event. And Alex Bernard, Louis Dias, Mike Vaness, Jody Cirillo, and the 19 of Pete Simpson, the top 5.
don't forget, Wednesday night, we're on hand, 7 o'clock, the action starts. Formula 4s will be on hand, so will the New England Dodge Legend cars. 100 cars for Spectator Drag Invitational, and that invitation is open to everybody. And, of course, we'll finish it off with a school bus demolition derby. Action starts at 9 o'clock Wednesday night. Be on hand. Next Saturday, a full night of racing, along with the Atlantic Coast Old-Timers. Definitely a show you don't want to miss. Jim Sylvia back on the racetrack. Looks like he's going to limp it back into the pits. Up front, Alex Bernard, Louis Dias on the outside. The 30 of Mike Van Ness, the 37 of Jody Cirillo, the 19 of Pete Simpson. As we get ready to roll up for turn number 4. 2 down, 18 remain. Off the corner they come. Green flag is out. We're back underway.
Alex Bernard and Louis Dias come down the front straightaway 2 by 2. Mike Van Ness, a good run in the number 30. He now fights with Jody Cirillo for the 3rd spot out on the speedway. The number 19 of Pistol, Pete Simpson, rounds out your top 5. Trouble now on the back straightaway. Eddie Moniz again turns around, and the green flag continues to stay out. He's going to keep that car rolling and make it back out onto the speedway.
He's going to pull it out on the speedway, and as the caution light came on, he stopped, and the field rolls by. He was running at the rear of the field, trying to thread his way through the pack, and when he came upon the 58 of Louis Remiza, he came down. Remiza didn't back off either, and the 65 of Moniz goes around. He loses that right rear tire, and he's going to head pit side in that 65. So a tough break for Eddie Moniz in that 65, running towards the front, and his second spin of the night. So Bernard, Dias, and the 30 of Mike Van Ness will be the top 3. Mike running for Rookie of the Year honors along with his brother Ryan. Ryan, however, has 2 feature wins on the season, including last Saturday night. Mike has been close a couple of times, but bad luck has plagued him. The field gets the double up signal, and we should get ready to go next time by. Looks like we'll go one more time under caution, one more lap under caution before we go to green, as Eddie Moran will give Alex Bernard and Louis Dias the clinch green flag. Mike Van Ness looking to break through into victory lane here tonight. The 37 of Jody Cirillo, the 19 of Pete Simpson, the 25 of David Petty up to 6. Looking for the green. There it is off of turn number 4. We're back underway. And Bobby Betancourt looking like the Bobby Betancourt of old. And Peter McIsaac up onto the hump in turn number 4. Betancourt running 3 wide, trying to get to the front of the field.
Good battle over second on back between Mike Van Ness and the number 7 of Louis Dias. Van Ness right there trying to go underneath Alex Bernard as they go into turn number 1 and 2 off of 2 now. Leading the way is the 30, the rookie of Mike Van Ness.
Into 3 and 4, and Dias closes in on the back bumper. Bernard goes around, Petty involved there, off of turn number 4, and everybody else able to make it by. But once again, we're back under another caution flag, and I don't know if they got a lap in that time. Yes, they did. We're up to 4 now. So the street stock's having a rough night here tonight. Does anybody see a full moon around somewhere? Gotta wonder if something is going on. And the 29 of Ray Gardner pulls away into his own power. And the 25 of David Petty, who had nowhere to go when he spun, trying to avoid the 49 of Alex Bernard. So Petty's able to roll away. He heads pit side in the number 25.
That's a good girl. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, that tonight is BOC Gases night. We're proud to have the fine folks at BOC Gases here tonight. They've been loyal sponsors of the racing here at Seekonk Speedway for many, many years, plus the proud sponsor of Lenny Ellis's number 41 Pro Stock. With 200 outlets nationwide and 20 locations all over the Northeast, Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island, BOC Gases has become the best in welding and fabricational supplies. They carry all of the major brands, including Victor, DeWalt, Harris, Miller, and Lincoln. Plus, they have a 1-800 number to call to make any orders or place anything that you want to buy 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. They have demonstrations available of all the materials that are on display at the BOC Gases outlet. And they've been in business since the 1900s. They were the company that invented the MIG welder, and they invented the concept of MIG welding for the aircraft industry, which then graduated itself into the auto racing industry. Of course, all of the cars that are racing out here tonight that you see on the track have been welded or MIG welded in some way to put the cage in, to put the construction in the car underway. And of course, if it wasn't for some of these products, we wouldn't be able to fabricate, weld, or as they say, they use the term clip some of these cars in case they get into a crash.
So Rich Cavallaro in the 6. It looks like he's waiting for the field to come back around so we can jump into his restart position. Mike Vanessa and Louis Dias will bring him down for the green flag. Jody Cirillo, the 19 of Pete Simpson, the 21 of Betancourt, the 6 of Cavallaro.
So, Mike Vaness leading the way, trying to work his way into victory lane, following his brother last week. They get the green flag off the fourth corner. They go down into turn number 1, and Vaness leads the way with the number 7 of Louis Dias up on the high side.
Dias trying to get a run on the outside of Vaness. Here comes Betancourt to the inside. Jody Cirillo working the outside. Double wide for the lead, double wide for third. Off the corner they come. Mike Vaness leads it down into 1. Moved out of the second on back between Bobby Betancourt. Jody Cirillo now with problems. Mike Vaness now into contact with another car out there on the track. The number 8 of Jeremy Lilly with problems on the left front of that automobile. The left front tire is shaking. The yellow flag comes out. So the color of the night is yellow, as we've seen it unfurl many times. This time for Mike Vaness, Ryan Vaness rather, in the number 30, in the number 9. Boy, did I get that one messed up, huh? As he heads pit side. And Robert Mohan in the 26. It's right in front of the safety crew. And checks out the damage on that machine. That was a save for the 37 of Jody Cirillo. He got together with another driver. Heading into the corner, he drifted way up on the racetrack, and that did not put him into the incident, so he was not considered an accident car, so he'll rejoin where he was running at that time. Well, the time limit has expired. Our race director has decided that this one is over, and the red checker has been thrown. And with 5 laps completed, that will hand the win over to Mike Vaness in the number 30. Started 5th. How about it, ladies and gentlemen? A round of applause for the K&D Design, Terry's Auto, Dickinson's Auto, Arena Incorporated, Corey Boudreau Race Cars number 30, as he tries to weasel his way through the cars down there and into victory lane. is, ladies and gentlemen. How about a big round of applause? Our Street Stock feature winner, the VOC Gases Street Stock main event winner, Mike Finesse, taking down his first ever Street Stock win. Don't forget, Pub 99 on Tuesday night. You can catch all the action on the big screen. And of course, you can pick up a copy of tonight's racing action or any of the racing action in the 2000 season on Frank and Helen's video. Want to send a big thanks out to BOC Gases for bringing us a beautiful Saturday night of racing here at the Seekonk Speedway. And a big thanks to all of our weekly NASCAR supporters, of course, New England Dodge, Pepsi Cola, Budweiser, and a great big thanks for all of you coming down and celebrating with us here tonight. On behalf of the staff and management here at the Seekonk Speedway, and for the family of the late Anthony Vendetti, for Derek Pernasiglio, I'm Kevin Boucher. Drive carefully. We'll see you here next Saturday night.
Whatever, because they score 50 just because